G6 Productions.
Good morning. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of May 9th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Again, Madam Clerk, are you prepared to provide the roll call? Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Present. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Dana A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. I'm here. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James, absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 members present, 2 absent.
Senator James is present. I'm seeing him. He's present. Please mark Senator James as present.
Madam Chair, 6 members present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum has been established. Madam Clerk, is there or are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Senator.
Thank you. Good morning again to everyone. And before we begin today's hearing, I would like to ask all of us in the room to rise for a moment of silence for the passing of our beloved Lee Carl. Thank you. You may be seated. For our listening and viewing audience, Lee Carl, a Virgin Islands journalist, passed away yesterday evening, and I've had the honor of knowing him personally. He was an icon of the Virgin Islands news industry and has left a legacy of excellence in journalism and a lifetime of incredible achievements. Over the course of his long career, Lee received countless accolades and honors, including numerous journalism awards and recognitions from his peers in the industry. But to those who knew him personally, he was simply a kind and generous soul who always put others first. Lee's passing is a profound loss for the Virgin Islands community, but his legacy will live on through the countless lives he's touched and the impact he made on the world of journalism. May his soul rest in eternal peace. And of course, yes, it's Lee Anthony Carlo. Lee Carl, that's right, Lee Anthony Carlo. Leo Anthony Carlo, affectionately known as Lee Carl. Yes, he touched countless lives here, not only here in the Virgin Islands, but abroad. So we mourn his loss, as his family here in the Virgin Islands. So we want to thank his family as well for sharing him with the people of the Virgin Islands. And hopefully we won't see any more hurricanes. He's been off the scenes for quite some time, but he was always a good voice of reason and a good voice of calm during those times when the winds were blowing and we didn't know whether we would see the next day. So again, may his soul rest in eternal peace. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. The 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet today, Tuesday, May 9th, 2023, at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Block 1 agenda, update on the status of the premium paid distributions and the American Rescue Plan Act $500 stipends to Social Security recipients. Invited testifier, Honorable Jennifer O'Neill, Director, VI Office of Management and Budget. Block 2, 1145, update on the status of the compliance agreement between the U.S. Virgin Islands and the U.S. Department of Education as a result of the U.S. Virgin Islands being designated a high-risk guarantee under 34 CFR 8012. Invited testifiers are Honorable Deanne Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, VA Department of Education, Honorable Bosede Bruce, Commissioner, VA Department of Finance, Ms. Lisa Alejandro, Acting Commissioner, VA Department of Property and Procurement, Ms. Sharon Murphy, Partner, McConnell and Jones, LLP, Honorable Jennifer O'Neill, Director, VA Office of Management and Budget, Honorable Kimberly Corsi Gomez, Commissioner, VA Department of Human Services, Honorable Justice Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VA Department of Health. Block 3, Bill number 350012. An act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension. Invited testifiers are Major General Kojo S. Knox Limpaka, Adjutant General, VI National Guard, and Honorable Jennifer O'Neill, Director, VI Office of Management and Budget. Block 4, 350034, an act appropriating $3,200,000 from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund as a loan to the Virgin Islands Port Authority to cover legal, engineering, financial, and other consulting fees associated with the public-private partnership project to modernize and enhance the Henry E. Rolson Airport on St. Croix and the Cyril E. King Airport on St. Thomas.
Madam Clerk, we should have sent out a revised agenda. We sent out a revised agenda. The matter for the appropriation to the Virgin Islands Port Authority is no longer on today's agenda. But this agenda does, to your defense, it does not say that the agenda is revised. It's okay. Don't stress over it. It's fine. It's fine. So the last item in block number 3 is Bill number 35, that's 0012, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension. And that's sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will proceed. The first item, thank you. Please mark Senator Ray Fonseca as present. And our wonderful secretary, non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Thank you for coming. All right. Okay. Good morning, Senator Francis Heiliger. Please, thank you for being here. Non-committee member, thank you for being present this morning. All right, so we're ready to start? Okay. So in the first block, we will hear an update on the status of the premium pay distribution and the American Rescue Plan Act $500 stipends to the Social Security recipients. And the committee believe that it is important for us to hear the update on both matters because we've continued to receive phone calls from our constituents. So I know that our Honorable Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget, and her team will have an update for us today. So we're going to ask her and her team to please put your name and title on the record, and then you will proceed with your testimony. Director O'Neill, you may proceed. Please recognize the mic of the testifiers.
Good morning, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
The young man to my left.
Hi, good morning. My name is Roberto Tirado Jr., and I am a GVI Fellow at the Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Jasnick Allen, Grants Analyst of OMB, Office of Management and Budget.
Could you speak just a little louder? We missed your name.
Jasnick Allen, Grants Analyst. Jasnick.
Jasnick
Yes.
Allen. Could you spell that?
JASNIQUE.
Okay. And
Good morning, Monique Farrell, Deputy Director, Office of Management and Budget.
all right, thank you. We also want to recognize the presence of Senator, non-committee member, Senator Milton Potter. Thank you for being here. All right, Director O'Neill, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, and I appear before you pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on premium payments and stipend payments made from the American Rescue Plan Act funding the territory received from the U.S. Department of Treasury. In 2021, the territory was awarded approximately $547 million in coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds through the American Rescue Plan Act, or APA, to provide economic relief to struggling businesses and residents from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Eligible uses for these funds include providing premium payments to eligible workers and addressing negative economic impacts of COVID-19. In early 2022, the government of the Virgin Islands established the U.S. Virgin Islands Premium Pay Program in accordance with U.S. Treasury guidelines and set aside up to $40 million of APA funds for this initiative. The program provided either $2,000, $1,500, $1,250, or $500 premium payments to eligible workers depending on volume of essential work performed and salary threshold. As a reminder, the classifications for eligibility are as follows. I'm sorry, I think it's not 1,500. The premium pay classification, general eligibility: 1, essential work that is not performed while teleworking from a residence and involves either regular in-person interactions with others or the regular physical handling of items that were handled by others. The USVI program is limited to employees that were required to work in person and did not have the option to telework. Essential work was performed at least 80% of the time. Category 1, eligible for $1,250 or $2,000. You would have to have worked 4 or more months during March 2020 through March 2021. You must have worked at least 80 hours per month. Earnings during that period must be over $5,000. And you should have performed essential work at least 80 hours during the stay-at-home periods of March 23rd, 2020 through April 30th, 2020, and then again from August 13th, 2020 through September 8th, 2020. The $1,250 payment was for those with earnings between $50,000 and $70,000, and the $2,000 payment was for those with earnings less than $50,000. Category 2, for eligible workers, you were eligible for $500 payments if you worked a minimum of 80 hours up to 3 months during March 2020 through March 2021. Employees who worked more than 320 hours but have earnings less than $5,000 or employees with earnings more than $5,000 but worked 3 months or less would fall under that category. As of May 3rd, 2023, OMB has disbursed $17,544,750 to approximately 9,200 private sector employees and $10,892,500 to approximately 6,350 government agency employees, for a total disbursed amount of $28,437,250 to 15,550 eligible workers. OMB just concluded the review and processing of an additional batch of premium payments in the amount of $799,000, which is $605,750 to 341 private sector employees and $193,250 to 124 government employees. And we've sent those to the Department of Finance to be processed. We have now processed all applications and do not anticipate further large expenditures of premium payments. And this brings our overall total to $29,236,250 paid to 16,015 eligible workers. Consistent with U.S. Treasury guidance on eligibility and in an effort to provide support to those who needed it most, Governor Bryan identified Social Security recipients residing in the territory as a population experiencing additional hardships because of the COVID-19 pandemic and established a program to provide $500 stipend payments to these individuals to assist them. In September 2022, OMB received a working file of eligible recipients and proceeded to process, with the assistance of the Department of Finance, $10,530,000 in $500 payments to approximately 21,060 Social Security recipients residing in the territory. We are pleased to have completed the distribution of the majority of those, with the exception of approximately 1,600 of these payments due to incomplete or incorrect mailing addresses for some of the recipients. In an effort to obtain valid mailing addresses for these recipients, OMB posted the names of recipients who had a stipend check with incomplete addresses being held at the office in an extensive publication in the Daily News and on our website. Our efforts to find the recipients of these checks was fairly successful. We currently have 411 checks on hand that expired or became stale dated on May 5th. OMB staff is logging those stale checks so that they can be returned to the Department of Finance to be voided. Should residents whose checks were voided due to the expiration present themselves to OMB within the next 90 days, we will reissue a check to them. Additionally, we are aware of an unquantifiable population of eligible recipients who did not receive a stipend check. Some of these individuals have already reached out to us at OMB, either directly or through elected representatives, and have provided us with some of the information that we need to process a check for them. We are contacting the individuals who we need additional information from to verify their eligibility, and will begin processing payments for them expeditiously. To promote an efficient and effective means of identifying the eligible recipients who have not received a payment and who we do not have contact information for, OMB is leveraging the Bureau of Information Technology's ServiceNow customer service management solution. This service, which is currently being used by the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, is being furnished to OMB at no additional cost to the government of the Virgin Islands. The online knowledge base phase of the portal, which will provide information to common questions about the Social Security recipient stipend payments, went live today. The community may visit omb.vi.gov, click on the Customer Contact Center, and click on Knowledge to get answers to frequently asked questions. There are currently 15 frequently asked questions in the knowledge base, and we will continue to add content as additional questions come up. On Monday, June 5th, 2023, OMB will begin accepting online applications through the case management portal of the ServiceNow platform from residents that did not previously receive a stipend payment. Beginning on that date, the community may visit omb.vi.gov, click on the Customer Contact Center, and click on the Request Assistance from OMB icon. To begin the submission process, residents will register by providing their name and email address. Residents will be required to upload documentation to support their eligibility to receive a stipend payment. Required documentation includes a valid local ID, full Social Security number, and a Social Security statement or check stub showing that they were receiving Social Security benefits anytime during the pandemic from March 2020 through September of 2022. The ServiceNow platform is secure as it is FedRAMP certified, which means it complies with federal government cybersecurity requirements for securely storing residents' personally identifiable information. All personally identifiable information will be encrypted, and role-based access controls will limit the number of OMB staff authorized to access the data. The benefits of using the online platform include the following. Residents can get answers to their frequently asked questions, submit applications, and view the status of their applications at their convenience, all without coming to or calling our offices. Our team can efficiently receive, process, and track applications and payments. This initiative also meets the governor's goal of digitized services and will position OMB to digitize future services. And the solution utilizes existing GVI resources and tools. To accommodate individuals that may not have support with accessing or navigating the online process, we will conduct limited in-person sessions in mid-June, 2 sessions per island, where qualified Social Security recipients can bring their requisite documents to initiate the process for a stipend payment. The dates for those sessions are June 13th and June 20th on St. Croix, June 14th and June 21st on St. Thomas, and June 15th and June 22nd on St. John. We are currently working to secure adequate indoor venues so that we can assist residents with the application process in a safe and comfortable environment. And we will be releasing details about these opportunities to the public through various media outlets, websites, and social media platforms in due course. In yet another program funded by APA that was not requested for us to provide an update, the governor also identified taxi drivers in the territory as a population experiencing additional hardships because of the COVID-19 pandemic and created the Taxi Stipend Program. This program provided $1,000 payments to these individuals to mitigate some of the hardships they experienced due to the lockdowns. As of May 3rd, 2023, OMB has disbursed $821,000 to 821 taxi drivers residing in the territory, and we do not anticipate further large disbursements under this program. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. My team and I remain available to answer any questions that this body may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill, for your thorough testimony on the status of these two particular areas, the premium pay as well as the Social Security stipend. And thank you so much for adding in the information with regards to the taxi drivers. We just had a meeting with them yesterday. We didn't ask them if they were good, but we hearing them complain about that. So we seem to be good on that end. So colleagues, of course, we know that we've received complaints or concerns, rather, from our various offices, hence the reason why we felt it important to get an update with regards to these two particular areas. So I'm going to go to a 3-minute round. Senators, I believe that's Senator Novalee Francis. Who's here first? Oh, Senator Bladen. Senator Bladen. Okay, Senator Bladen, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff, and good morning, testifiers. Director O'Neill, thank you so much for that comprehensive testimony, and also good morning to your supporting team there with you. In your testimony, you mentioned $547 million of Corona state and local fiscal recovery funds that have been received. How much of those funds have been expended, and how much is left, and what are they allotted for, if anything?
I will get that for you in a couple seconds. I'm pulling it up.
Okay. And while you're doing that, let me inquire also in respect to your portal that you say will be going live June the 5th. So in respect to the portal, right, and the intended outcome of the portal, do you believe it has covered all areas necessary in terms of outreach, especially for those? What about those individuals who do not have access? What is being provided for those individuals?
Right. So, Senator, we are going to do some in-person sessions. As I mentioned in the testimony, we're going to do 2 per island, and the dates are there. So, Monique, Jasny can give the dates again, because I moved to the other piece. Go ahead and give the dates.
For St. Croix, we have June 13th and June 20th.
Speak into the mic, please.
June 13th and June 20th for St. Croix. St. Thomas, June 14th and June 21st. And for St. John, June 15th.
1 minute.
And June 22nd.
Okay, thank you. Director, do you have those numbers for me?
Yes, so the amounts disbursed or approved, 2 different things, but disbursed, actually spent $271,629,119 spent.
That's the amount dispersed, and you said not approved. How much was approved?
30 seconds.
Well, we have a number of approved projects. So the total approved projects is $374,477,746. And out of that 374.4 million, 271.6 million has been spent.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And in closing, before my time is up, in respect to on page 6, the taxi drivers. So, do you know if you have any pending individuals within that category? St. Thomas and or St. Croix?
Yes, we currently
Can
have...
you speak up, please? And state your name.
Allen. We currently have between 150 checks for taxi drivers currently. The Taxi Commission office is closed due to, I think, a mold issue, so we're waiting for confirmation on where we can do distribution.
Ready.
So,
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So you're waiting on confirmation in order for them to distribute those checks. They are ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, very well. I guess the chair will speak to that. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bladen. So, Director O'Neill, we learned yesterday, we had a meeting here behind not a meeting on the floor, but we had a discussion with the taxi drivers yesterday. And while we were in the meeting, Senator Bladen called, and the Department of Property and Procurement shared with us that the Taxi Commission office is open. So they should be open, so you can make contact with them to get the checks to them. Okay? So let me just quickly ask, based on a follow-up from the senator that spoke before, the taxi drivers in particular, do you have, as far as you know, do you have any outstanding amounts that's owed to other taxi drivers that haven't been paid?
Ms. Allen will respond.
Yes, we do. We still have a pending list. I'd say around 700 to go through to confirm.
And when you say go through, what does that mean?
There are listings with multiple names under the same, so we have to confirm the Social Security for each.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So let me ask, and that's a good thing. Have you scrubbed the files of the other premium pay as well as the Social Security recipients to determine whether or not you have duplications? Because I want to say that you do.
Mr. Tirado.
Yes. So in a previous hearing, it was said that multiple payments should not go out, and that was kind of incorrect. So how it is that you can get multiple payments up to a maximum, and we have been dispersing those.
For which category?
For
which?
Any category. So, for example, if you were eligible for $500 through one agency, which is category C.
Wait, hold up. For which? So you're talking about premium pay?
Premium pay. This
Okay,
is premium
okay.
pay, right?
Okay, so let's say premium pay.
Category C. Say you were eligible for a $500 payment, right? And you
Could you
received-
turn up the mic of Mr. Tirado, please? We're hearing an echo.
Testing, 1, 2.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for example, if you had received a $500 payment, which means you were category C, then you come down on another agency's list and you're eligible for $2,000. What we would do is look at both incomes, and if you're still eligible, we'll provide you with a balance payment of $1,500. The cap is $2,000 for eligibility. So we have been doing that analysis, and to your point about duplications, yes, earlier in the process, there were duplicate payments, and the reason for that is private sector employees come in under Social Security numbers, and central government employees come in under the employee ID. So the tracker that we have would highlight a duplicate number, but you're not able to see if the person who worked for central also worked a part-time job for private sector. Since I came on in October, we figured out a way to stop those duplications from happening. It's pretty tedious. We go through one by one, we put them all in a file, and we pull up the ERP, and if anything is flagged, like a duplicate name, we go in the ERP, pull up the person's record, and if they are the same person and they already received a payment, we'd stop the payment.
So what about those that already went out the gate?
No plan to rectify those as yet.
We asked them to return them, be honest and
Good luck.
return. We doubt that will
All right, so
happen.
what about the others, the stipends for the Social Security stipends? Well, how are you dealing with those if there are any duplications?
There were not any duplicate payments on the Social Security stipends, to my knowledge.
Have you scrubbed the files?
They're all unique. So, for example, they all go by one. The defining character is the Social Security number. So there should not be any duplicates, and we can verify that very quickly. But
Scrub the files.
understood.
Trust
Gotcha.
me.
We'll scrub.
All right. All right, Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Testing 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to all. First of all, Director, can we get through the chair breakdown on how that 547 million was spent?
That you referred to, so if we could get a breakdown through the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also shown on OMB's website. There's an entire section on APA on omb.vi.gov. You can click that and you'll see all of the reports. You'll see all of the schedules and how it has been spent. You'll see a listing of all of that as well.
Thank you.
I can provide that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then in your testimony, you mentioned that the funds were through the American Rescue Plan Act to provide economic relief to struggling businesses and residents. Can you share with us, in regards to the struggling businesses, how were they supported through these funds?
Well, so there have been a number of programs that the governor implemented. I know there was the small business, I forgot the name of it, but it was done through the EDA and UVI's Small Business Center. that's one area where we spent, I think it was about $3 million.
That was through SBA?
It's local, the SBDC.
Local SBDC.
Yes, not the SBA.
And that was like through a grant process. They had to submit applications, and they were selected based on criteria that was established internally, right?
Correct.
Have they received those fundings?
Yes, the funding has been distributed. We provided the funding to the EDA, local EDA, who then distributed the payments with the help of SBDC.
So the recipients have received the funding. Do you know if there's anything outstanding?
To my knowledge, all recipients have received the funding.
Okay. Is there a second phase of that to help struggling businesses? Because
1
I know
minute.
a lot were left out.
So there are other programs to help businesses, but we still have the State Small Business Credit Initiative, which is about 52 million, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That's also being run through the EDA. That's a separate set of money, still under APA, but it's not included in the 547, but it is an American Rescue Plan Act grant.
Because a lot of small businesses were really struggling this
30
during
seconds.
this period, and we see a lot of assistance to the employees, the residents, but not to the businesses themselves that really struggled during this time. So I really appreciate looking into that, considering the second phase, because a lot of businesses were left out. Now, 40 million was what initially was separated for the PPP program. You have 10 million that is still available. That means that you're going to open it up again?
No, Senator, we will not be opening it again. We have one more group of individuals to provide premium payments for or to, and those are the healthcare and first responder workers who made over $70,000. That's the last group. So we will be processing those payments beginning the end of this month into June. We'll begin to process those. So I am not quite certain what that amount will be at this point, but they will be provided with $1,250 payments.
Okay. So by the ending of June, those individuals should be receiving those payments.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. You said something. I got a little distracted when the echo came in. You talked about the premium pay for the healthcare workers that's over 70,000. Is there a cap on that?
In terms of their salaries?
Correct.
No.
And I asked the question because we have, and yeah, I'm advocating, so I'm just going to put it on the record. So we have our pharmacists here in the Virgin Islands that worked the entire time throughout COVID, but they did not submit the premium pay applications because of the discussions around the 70,000. So is the window closed for those types of healthcare workers to be given an opportunity? Because when you say healthcare workers, are you talking about just those in the government or those outside of the government?
No, we're speaking of all healthcare workers. There are a number of pharmacies that did submit information, and they include in doctors' offices, dentist offices, labs, et cetera, that submitted. Even though there were some employees that were over the 70, they still included everyone. So we have a list of those employees who did not receive a payment because they were over the cap. They just fell in that other category that just couldn't get a payment. But we have that. If someone has not submitted at all, I don't know at this point if I can even say that we can open back for them. That would be a decision, I guess, that would have to be made in conjunction with the governor for reopening for those specific entities.
Well, the only reason why I'm asking is because the messaging was always 70,000. So if we are now giving consideration, there are some people who just follow the rules, and those who just take a chance and get tapped, right? So if you're following the rules, I don't believe that you should be penalized if you follow the rules. So if we are now opening the door for other, for healthcare workers who really worked, because those healthcare workers worked. We had a lot of sick people around here. Then we have to give consideration to them. So I'm advocating for all the healthcare workers, and in particular, the pharmacists who are not given any consideration.
I will have that conversation with the governor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers from OMB, and of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too quickly want to wish my condolences to the family of Lee Carl, and to thank you, Director O'Neill, for your testimony. So you mentioned that the over 70 for healthcare workers as well as first responders, correct, will be in the next loop of...
Yes, yes, Senator.
Very well, good. Also, you mentioned that the central, semi-autonomous, autonomous, as well as, of course, you're also speaking to other branches of government to include the judiciary, as well as the legislative branch would also be receive their stipend.
Yes, Senator.
Very well, I just wanted that to be clear and on the record. And I want to commend the BIT in respect to the Service Now availability platform. And I'm hoping that will be the gold star moving forward. I know BMV have already deployed that, but utilizing that type of technology moving forward for all of the other government agencies as well, I think that will, again, make life a lot easier. And congratulations on going live today. I haven't been able to try it yet, which will do. What about the Juan Francisco Luis staff? When will they receive their stipend?
Mr. Torrado can speak to that, but I think they have received.
Yes, to my understanding, both hospitals, Snyder Regional and JFL, have received payments.
Okay.
They were some of the first payments to go out.
I don't know if they hear that, because I got a couple of texts from, I don't know if there's some delta, some portion that didn't receive, some of the workers, maybe non-clinicals or something. What's happening in that space?
So that happens a lot, and those could possibly be in the category of those who received over 70K. So we have not given out any of those payments as yet. So we had a set limit. Anybody who made over 70 has not received a payment at all. So that is going to be in the next phase. So they may have fallen under that. And we also have many instances where
1 minute.
People are just not submitted. So they call the office, and, at a point in time, OMB was like a call center, just receiving a lot of calls. And it's bad for us to check the list and say, oh, well, you have to speak to your HR because they didn't submit your name. So a lot of times people are just unaware and they don't know, and they're trying to come to us for a payment when they have not even been submitted by their agency in the first place.
So how are we addressing those individuals that may fall within that rut?
You'd have to speak to your HR, and we have had instances where we have sent people back and they have spoke with the HR. We asked them to submit updated documentation, provide the hours that the person worked, and we have been processing payments for that. I must say it is a bit tedious and it does take a lot of time. For example, if you process an agency, then a couple months down the line or 2 weeks down the line, oh, we forgot this person or this group of people. It has been a lot of,
Thank you. You're young, you could endure that. Take your time. And quickly before my time ran out, in terms of the 1,600 recipients that are still pending, what is being done to make sure that those are addressed? You mentioned about 1,600 recipients that have not received approximately payments due to incorrect mailing addresses. How are you addressing that issue?
Oh, those are the social security checks.
Yes.
So, Monique Farrell, Senator Francis, those 1,600 checks are ones where we had incomplete or bad addresses. And we published an extensive thing in the Daily News listing all of those checks. We also posted that listing on the OMB website. The posting in the Daily News, it was for about 3 weeks, I believe. We spent a lot of money to do that. And so we don't know what other way we have tried. And the director went on the airwaves before the listing went into the paper and on the website and announced that it would be. And we have tried everything that we know how to reach out to those 1,600 individuals. So if you have an idea for us, but we've done our due diligence and tried. Our next focus really is on those individuals who did not get a payment that we know were eligible. And Senator Joseph is over there winking and smiling at me because she routinely sends me emails about her constituents that are in that category. So that's our next focus.
Very well, thank you. I'm sure collectively we'll have a discussion among ourselves and see how we could best address that particular issue, because of that 1,600, we want to make sure that they're able to receive that money. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time, and we'll further discuss that matter among us. Thank you.
All right. A lot of people left the Virgin Islands and are still utilizing the mailing addresses here, because you know what the issue is, right? So the issue is all Social Security checks are now issued via ACH.
Exactly.
So you don't direct deposit, so there's no requirement to mail their checks. So whatever their last address was when they did that direct deposit transaction, that's what it is. That's a lot of people have left the territory. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone. I want to have a follow-up question regarding the publication of that list. And I thought you did a fantastic job, OMB, in publicizing, because I went through it and I saw some human beings who had already passed. How are you dealing with those situations? Are you in contact with Vital Statistics, or is it that their families now can get those checks and it be transferred to them? How have you dealt with any of those type of situation? Kindly indicate.
Thank you for the question, Senator. If persons are deceased, the checks are not transferred to family. It was intended to assist individuals during COVID. So it is not a benefit that will transfer to families. The checks will be voided.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, which makes absolute perfect sense. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I object vehemently to the 3 minutes. That's number one. Because we could slice or dice this 100 ways. Every senator going to come and ask the same question: premium pay, the Social Security, the taxes, because it sounds good. It sounds good going over the radio. Hey, that senator fighting for me. The issue I have with that is, I have Ms. Allen and Mr. Torado. You're being tutored by two prominent women in this community, excellent examples of leadership. I have no doubt. But the bottom line is, there are hundreds of people out here complaining, where and when will I get my money? That's the bottom line. We could slice this or dice this. Not like you're on TV. Not everybody know who Mr. Torado is and who Ms. Allen is. They're going to meet you on the street, where my money? Because they're doing it to us. Because we are voted here to represent them. That's the bottom line. So that's what I want to hear. I want to hear, it's, you guys are new in this. You can't be that robot just, okay, I'm following orders, I have to do this. And bring your ideas and stuff. How do we fix this issue? How do we fix the part for the premium pay, where people are waiting for their money? How do we fix the part with the Social Security? And how? So those are the ideas I'd like you to bring to the table to try fix it. Because 6 months from now, we don't need to have this meeting again to go over the same issue. And for some strange reason in the Virgin Islands, I say, only in the VI. We're going to be back here in 6 months, same thing. So let's try to, like I say, I have no doubt as to what the director is directing you, top of the line.
1 minute.
But I'm just saying, let's push that extra mile from the younger generation. Because when we hang it up, are you going to be here? Okay, so, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear a little more of where here you say, oh, it's a lot of work. You ain't see work yet. I have 41 years in the government. You ain't see work yet. Okay? So what I'm saying is, we don't want to hear it. If it means going the extra mile, go the extra mile under the guidance of the great person who is your leader.
30 seconds.
But just remember, the people, when they start to meet you out there in the street, they want their money. That's the bottom line. So don't say all the great things we're doing is so. Let's say, hey, director, let's try some more. Let's make it happen. The people are suffering. Seniors, you know what it is to be a senior? Oh, no, I forget. You're too young. You don't. Your parents, your grandparents waiting for this money. Look at it that way, seriously. You know, that's what I believe in. So let's, you know, I didn't really have a question, but I just wanted to make sure, like I say, Miss Allen and Mr. Torrado, under the great leadership that you're under, understand the big picture. Okay, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And yes, I'm going to let Mr. Torrado respond real quick. But I will say, as you heard him speaking earlier about when he came on in October and the steps that he took to then try to see what was being duplicated, those were steps that he took. He jumped in along with some of the other fellows, along with Jasnique, and they started running this program and figuring out how to move it forward, what made sense. That's them. And this is why I have them here today, because they are integral to this program. They have been the ones pushing it. Even though he's at finance most of the time now and not at OMB, Jasnique is still at OMB full time, but they are pushing. They are doing everything they can to make it work.
Yeah, if I could jump in and just piggyback on what the director was saying, I feel I have not only gone the extra mile, but extra miles. You know, when I first came to the program, we basically just called everybody in a room, spoke about the problems, and we transformed the upstairs conference room into a task force. We even printed out a sign, put it on the door. When we walk in here, this is our task force, and we're going to attack this problem. I have people calling my personal cell phone. People I've never spoken to calling me on Teams, and I try to help you and give you an answer as best as I can. This morning, before even 8:30, I had a lady knocking on finance door to speak to me about a payment that she came 2 weeks ago. So we really do try, and even with the seniors, I helped a senior lady get a check for her husband, I want to say about over a month ago. She nearly spoke with me with tears in her eyes, and after seeing that, it's like, wow, thank you so much for the help. And all I had to do was go upstairs, check the list, verify with her, and give her the check.
Excellent. Madam
So,
Chair,
you know, we are putting forward that effort.
You may proceed, Senator.
Yes, thank you. That wasn't in the testimony. I read the testimony front and back. I didn't see it. That's what I want to hear. And it's funny that I said I wasn't trying to embarrass anyone, but again, that's what I want to hear, because that's what the people want to hear, the extra mile. Thank you for that, and continue doing that great things until this is. And then we move on to the next project. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And I think I'm glad that the one thing you did not restate or reverse is that we are not going to be having this conversation in the next 6 months. We have some great young people here at the table who's really diligent about this, and I have every confidence that this is going to be wrapped up in short order.
Absolutely.
So thank you. So retract. When you're talking again, retract. All right. Senator Javon James, Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I do agree with the minority leader. I would also like to say my sincere condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Lee Carl. May his soul rest in peace. And I hope and pray that his loved ones do find some level of comfort in these challenging times. As far as the GVI fellows, I'm happy to know that that program is working. And I really hope and pray that this will not be the first and last time we see them down here. Continue to bring them down here so we can see what they're doing and we can be able to question them, not just when it's convenient. But as far as common sense, this is a common sense issue. And I really hope and pray moving forward that we rely more on young people. And I see here on page 5 of the testimony where Director O'Neill, you mentioned several dates for St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. As far as individuals having a one-on-one session, you know, I think last year, right after the election or whatever the case may be, we saw where there were some issues with the in-person conversations or what have you. So my question is, what is the overall plan to make sure that everything goes smoothly with the in-person schedules or sessions?
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to have Deputy Director Farrell respond to that.
Good morning, Monique Farrell. Senator James, our plan is that we are going to be out on the airwaves, on the websites, everywhere, announcing our plan to meet with anyone who believes that they are eligible to receive these payments that have not received the payments
One
as
minute.
yet. We will be clear about the documentation that they have to provide us. So they would need to bring with them, yes, they will need to bring with them a valid ID card, local ID card, their social security number, and a copy of their statement showing that they received Social Security benefits anytime during the pandemic. Senator James, we have not secured the locations as yet. We are working
30
to make
seconds.
sure that we have indoor locations so that we don't have the situation where we have seniors or other disabled residents out in the hot sun. And we are going to have an all hands on deck for each one of these in-person setups that we're going to have. So we are going to make sure that we don't have the same situation that we had in November.
Thank you for that. It sort of helped me, but what I was looking for is something structured. But I just want to know, like, what is the system that you'll be using to make sure that it's organized so individuals are not standing for long periods of time. And I know you're not entitled to take care of anyone, but just make sure you have, I think it's those rescue people or EMTs on standby and water to make sure nobody's passing out. And I'm hoping that this is an indoor session, right?
Absolutely, Senator James. We will be having indoor locations. And the reasons that you see that we have the dates pushed to the middle towards the end of June is so that we have sufficient time to make sure that we cover down on all of the logistics requirements to make sure that these are smooth operations.
My time is scarce. I don't want to abuse it. You all know that the sun is very hot, so I want to make sure that when you have those indoor sessions, even though it's indoors, you know, individuals will be traversing from outside to inside. So just make sure that you have individuals on standby, so no one is passing out, whatever the case may be. With that said, I really don't have much to say because most of the questions were asked. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Senator.
You want to say something?
Yes,
Ms. O'Neill, you may proceed.
Senator, thank you. Senator James, if you recall, when we moved to the Ag Fairgrounds, the process moved a lot faster and smoother when we were doing the distributions. We will attempt to do something like that again, where we do the names. So say by last name, we'll do A to whatever today, and then, you know, or in the morning session, etc. We will finalize those plans, but I expect that it will be smooth as it was when we got to the Ag Fairgrounds. I know the first day was a little rough, but we did get it together after that, and we don't intend to have anyone standing out at all. It will be indoors, and yes, we will have rescue and water, etc., to provide for our seniors.
Thank you. Director O'Neill, Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Again, a pleasant good day. I really appreciate, and in fact, I love to see that we have some young people at the table and they can speak eloquently. And my only thing to tell the young people is keep up the good attitude. Your attitude determines your altitude. And even if your supervisor is a little rough and give you a tongue lashing, is not going to kill you. It's only to help build you up, okay? And you could see it. And I really want to commend you, Madam Director of OMB, for really giving them the challenge and challenging them and calling them in. And you remember this week is Public Service Week. And so both of you are public servants. And when you're a public servant, guess what? The human beings in our community are going to meet you any place and ask you things, okay? But we are servants. That's what it is. Now, I have some questions. Now, kindly indicate to me, relative to the disbursement of the Social Security beneficiaries, is disabled human beings who receive Social Security also eligible to receive?
Yes, Senator.
They are.
They are.
Because I had a question from a young man who is disabled, and he said he did not get his check, and he wanted to know if persons who are receiving disability checks from Social Security are eligible. So it's glad to know that they are. Now, specifically in your testimony, I wanted to understand what's your source of listing that you have here on page 3. You said you received a working file. What was that source? Where did that working file come from?
So the file came, we received the file from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Not sure where the Bureau of Internal Revenue got the file, but that's where we got the file.
Okay, because we had conversations here at an earlier meeting this year where that was discussed, and persons were saying not them, all of this, back and forth of people not being accountable. But if the file came from there, and that was the file from when they had gotten the first stimulus in 2020, is that how you got it? You remember the stimulus?
30 seconds.
Yeah, I remember the stimulus. I would assume it's the same file. I am not 100% certain.
Okay, that's fine. That's understandable that you're not certain. Now, I just want to just to wrap up, for the St. Thomas district, when you're doing the distribution, I would just like to recommend the Columbian Hall in Tutu. And the reason I would recommend there as a venue, they have a public transportation right there in front, so that if anybody is coming on that day, they use the public transportation, and then there's a hill. Madam Chair.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. There's a hill that they could drive up if they're disabled as well, and it has AC in there. So our elders will be very comfortable. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for the time, and I really appreciate that we have some play field here and a plan to go ahead to serve those individuals. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So let me just add my voice to what I note that's the challenge with the listing from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. So I'll just give you an example. So my mom is 90 years old. So my mom do not file taxes. So naturally, if she don't file taxes, she's not going to be on Internal Revenue rolls. But my mom retired since, I think my son is 29, so 29 years ago, 30 years ago. So she's been receiving Social Security that long, but she has not received her 500. I have to tell her, stop asking me, it gonna come. And, so that's the issue with the listing. IRB will provide you who's still filing taxes, but if you're not filing taxes or not required to file taxes, that's the issue. So let's hope that we could really get this resolved for our, and that's one of the challenges that or concerns is more like it, that I'm having with, I know that you're trying to set up these sites, but I'll tell you that the people that you may be setting up these sites for may not be able to come, because my mom cannot come to a site like that. I mean, I'll take care of it, but I'm just saying, all of us or all of our elderly do not really have people who provide those types of supports to them. So, to Senator DeGraff's point, I think we need to really think about another perspective, another avenue, because we have people who just can't. Right. So I know that the Department of Human Services provide the Meals on Wheels program to a lot of the real true elderlies that we have here. So perhaps you want to link with them as well.
Yeah, we intend
just to get information to make sure that you're covering.
We intend to work with them, Senator. They helped us tremendously on St. Croix in particular. Mr. Milligan, I think he came and he was a tremendous source in getting the checks picked up for those individuals who couldn't come out. So we intend to utilize people like him and AARP and others as well to help us with the distribution. We recognize that not everybody will be able to come to the in-person sites when we do have them or have access to going online and submitting. So we're going to utilize whatever resources we can find, which includes DHS and AARP, et cetera.
Thank you. Senator Pata, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I really want to start by echoing the sentiments of my colleagues. I'm very impressed with the quality and caliber of the young talent that is here before us today. I think you bring your attitude is definitely refreshing. I always said my philosophy, being in HR for many years, I always hire for attitude, but if you have a good attitude plus talent, you're totally unstoppable. So I just want to congratulate the young people before us here this morning. Director O'Neill, I wanted to ask you whether or not there was any thought are certified volunteers eligible to receive a check from this Paycheck Protection Program? I'm specifically talking about a specific case with a volunteer for Meals on Wheels. They're certified, their time is documented by the department. Department sent down their information. Would someone like that be qualified and eligible to receive a stipend?
Yes, Senator, as long as they were put on a list by the department and submitted, whether they're in the, I think you're talking the RSVP program, whatever the thing is at DHS. Yeah, if you're talking about that, yeah, they would be eligible as long as DHS includes them on their submission and validates that they in fact work during whatever period of time and a certain hours, et cetera. And just to correct you, it's not the Paycheck Protection Program. It's premium pay.
Premium pay, sorry. So even if they're not a part of a formal program like CSEP, but they just volunteer with an agency, they would be eligible once the department sends down information.
Correct. Because the department, wherever they were volunteering, would have to certify that these individuals were in fact volunteering in that period. It is work. At the end of the day, they still were providing a service.
Awesome.
And so they would qualify as long as that their host agency, as we refer to it, includes them.
Okay. In your testimony, you mentioned that if residents whose checks are voided due to expiration, if they presented themselves to OMB within the next 90 days, you will issue the check.
30 seconds.
If they come to you outside of that window, in other words, that's it?
Well, we always have to put limits on things because then it's just open for a free-for-all. So we would like to end the program and move on to a number of other things that we have planned. So I'm not going to say absolutely not, we won't take you, but I also won't say yes, I will either.
Understood. I think Ms. Farah mentioned about the PSAs and the radio. Okay.
Yes.
My final question is regarding, if I may, Madam Chair, my final question is regarding the taxi stipends and how did that work? Do you have just a listing of eligible taxi drivers from Taxi Cab Commission that you just go down the list? Or do these individuals have to apply for the program?
They did not have to apply. Ms. Allen will respond.
We received, Jasmine Allen, we received the listings from BMV and the Taxi Commission. BMV provided a list of those that had a taxi license and the names that were associated with them. Some of those do have multiple names, which is why we have to confirm the Social Security for each.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your responses. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do want to follow up on the previous speaker regarding the disbursement of the checks, because we all know that there is an expiration date on this funding. Kindly remind us what the expiration date is on the ARPA funding.
So, Senator, the funds must be expended by December 31st, 2026.
And so you will have to do closing on each aspect of that grant funding. So that is what is driving you to have a set date, right, to end this premium pay. You can't be giving out the money in infinitum.
Correct.
Thank
Senator.
you kindly.
Thank you.
Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question in my mind. With regards to the taxi cab, the taxi drivers, they were eligible for like unemployment benefits through the Department of Labor. Does that in any way inflict or affect the fact that they're also receiving this additional bonus through you guys?
No, Senator. The two things have nothing to do with each other.
And there's no cap established, and like in other scenarios where you receive funding from other agencies and there's a cap established, and
Right.
so
There's no cap on.
no consideration of caps. Okay, thank you.
Very quickly, these payments that you're pushing out now, so you won't repeat what has happened with the issues with the address. Are you considering doing them via ACH?
Yes, Senator. We actually had this whole conversation with Department of Finance and Department of Property and Procurement to do just that. I don't want to cut checks again. I'm being told that the system, the ERP, and the setup with it will not allow for individual vendor payments, which I honestly do not understand. So I'm still working through that with Department of Property and Procurement Commissioner nominee Alejandro, so we can find a solution, because the check thing is not something that I want to repeat. I want to be able to do ACH. All of the Social Security recipients, as you stated before, have bank accounts. That's how they receive their monies now from Social Security. That is exactly what we would like to do as well on our end.
Yeah, but as I think about it, I guess the pushback is because it's a one-time payment.
Right.
And it requires a lot of resources to upload all of that data in the system.
Yes, Senator Fred Gregory, in conversations that Monique Farrell, that we've had with them, it would have to be, we would have to collect the bank routing and account number, because these payments are not linked to the actual Social Security payments.
Right.
And so the individual transactions that are required is what is the issue, to create these individual vendor records for each person. So that's the challenge.
Yeah.
We believe that we won't have the problem with the bad addresses, because as we're collecting information from these individuals, we will be certifying that they're giving us complete addresses, so that when we process a check, it has their address and we can mail it out.
All right, perfect. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers. First and foremost, I would like to say a happy birthday to my sister and my niece, who happen to be born today. I wish them all the blessings in the world. My first set of questions I want to ask, when it comes to premium pay, I had quite a bit of calls from constituents across the board from various aspects of premium pay. I had one concern, and one caller did call and ask about federal premium pay versus local. They worked as an individual that went out and did the census, and they also was an essential worker. So they said federal monies came in for the census, but they also were entitled to funding as an essential worker. They did share, and I'm just sharing with you what happened. They did share that several of their individuals who were in the same category got 2 checks. One was federal and one was local. I don't know how accurate this is. If you guys can clean it up for me. But they were wondering why they were not allowed to get that. So could you share, was that allowed or it was not something allowed?
So I'll thank you, Senator. I'll start first, and Mr. Tirado will jump in. Relative to the federal payments, we have no record of that. So whatever they receive from the federal government, that would be a benefit that's unknown to us. Are they eligible of local? Yes, if they were included again on the submission from UVI.
Okay, so they did get the local part, but they were saying that somebody was deliberately not trying to give them their federal check because they said they already got local, but
1 minute.
They're being told they're 2 separate things. Okay, so but thank you for sharing that. Who came up with the idea? Because we got a lot of calls from our seniors that were very upset about standing in line, that issue with passing out, and who came up with that idea? And what are we going to do so that doesn't happen again?
Senator, it was a collaborative effort at that point between multiple departments to do the distribution in the way that it was done.
30 seconds.
When we announced it, no, I don't think anybody thought that all these seniors would be out from 4 a.m.
Well,
waiting.
listen, when you have
Like,
seniors
nobody
that
thought that.
when you have seniors that are struggling and you're telling them you're going to give them money, trust me, they're going to come.
So again, nobody thought 4, 5, especially if we say distribution begins at 9.
Yes, ma'am.
They're at 4.
Yes, ma'am. I heard
One
you
at a time
share.
where the we have to remember that we have a reporter here.
I do remember, but I was under the assumption that I did listen to you, so I was going on to the next question because my time is limited, okay? Could I ask a final question, please?
You may proceed.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask in regards to, I got several phone calls as well. Did you guys also deal with the business aspect? Do you remember stipends and funds were given out for businesses for assistance? Did you guys also deal with that? Because I got...
I'm not sure which program you're
There was a
referring to.
grant program where businesses could apply for up to $50,000 out of the same funds.
Right.
So I have a question in regards to that because I also got several calls from constituents that were very concerned because some of them have yet to receive their payment. Do you have an update as to how those funds were distributed and if all of them have gone out as yet?
So to my knowledge, the payments have gone out. We have provided all of the funding to the EDA, and they've been working with SBDC to provide those payments to all of those businesses. I would have to get an update from EDA to see if there's anything that's pending, but again, to my knowledge, they were paid.
Okay, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Ms. OMB Director, you know, I can see the future is real bright at OMB. You have a very competent staff here with you today. You know, very good, very good. You know, I'd like to say, you know, well, sir, you see money. They had $10,530,000 distribute here, buddy. $500. 21,060 people got a check. But you know, there's still 411 checks people ain't get. And I'd like to congratulate Madam Director on publishing it in the newspaper, because I think the last time we were here, our honorable chairwoman of this committee had mentioned that you should put it in the newspaper, and you did that. And that was wonderful. But you know, of them 411 checks, them looked at them as my people. Jojo and La Vida and all of them ain't get a check. So, Madam Director, what is the number that we can call for those who haven't gotten the checks? Can you give us that number, please?
So, Senator, we are actually asking for persons not to call the office because our receptionist is overwhelmed and just having a breakdown.
But you see, I read in here where you say the check them expired, still dated, they got 90 days. The people them want the money. If they got a check, you got the check is still dated, you say 90 days from today, this is May 9th, so that's August 9th, the check them done. So how the people, and then in addition to that, you say there's an unquantifiable population of eligible residents. That's a big word. I ain't too good with them big word. But I mean, they got a lot of people still could potentially qualify. But I want to say I check your math, and the 10 million divided by the 500 does come out to the 21,060. So your math is good.
30 seconds.
However, the WAPA issue, I understand our honorable chief executive, the governor, vetoed the WAPA audit. Listen, WAPA has to come clean. I still don't know what is happening with WAPA. So Ms. O'Neill, how can we contact? If the people them want to get the check, what number do they dial? How do they get in contact with you?
Time.
This is, Madam Chair, can I finish up my statement, please? Yes, this is very important that them 411 people plus the unquantifiable number of people get the checks, because I hear today some of them might have died, some of them might have moved away, etc. So how can we contact you to see if we are one of those checks? Please help me.
So, Senator, again, we're going to ask that persons go to the website, omb.vi.gov.
But them people over 65 and thing, how they probably don't even have a computer.
Well, they're
what other options do we have other than a website?
You have, you can send us an email.
Oh God, email again. My dear La Vida, you know about email? Can they come to the office physically?
So I'll also encourage persons not to come to the office. Reason being, the office is not, OMB's main office is not ADA compliant. We do not have elevators. It's only stairs. And we do not want any seniors coming up those stairs. We had a number of them already, too many near misses with falling. So we do not want to encourage that. The phone number for OMB is 340-774-0750. That number, again, someone will try to help as much as possible, but we are encouraging the use of email, which is arpa@omb.vi.gov. You can send me directly an email. You can always find it, jennifer.o'neill@omb.vi.gov. And you can send us, you can go to the portal on omb.vi.gov, that website, and upload your information.
Madam Chair, can I request that the OMB director, through the chair, send a list of those 411 folks that still have checks that they have holding? Can I request that listing of the checks?
Sure, but what are we going to do with it?
Well, I going to help the OMB director. I going to call all them 411 folks, say, I got a check here, come.
Okay, so thank you, Senator Fonseca. Let me just ask you very quickly. These funds that are being disbursed, or that have been, and are some that are still have to be disbursed, are these funds taxable?
No, they are not.
So the premium pay isn't taxable, and the 500 security,
right. The
Social Security payment
premium
isn't
pay
taxable.
was to be taxable. However, the federal government recently made a decision to not tax payments that were made because of the pandemic. So that's not a local decision. That's federal government.
So let me tell you why I asked the question. I asked the question because, and I can't remember the payment. When the pandemic came out, when we were in the middle of the pandemic initially, when the federal government was issuing those payments directly from Internal Revenue. What was those payments again?
Stimulus.
The stimulus
checks,
payments,
yes.
right? So individuals who did not receive the stimulus payments due to the stale dated checks, I've experienced that with a couple of people that's called my office, they were able to record it on their taxes. So is there any conversation, discussion around the opportunity? I mean, it was going to require another line for us, but is there any discussion or an opportunity for us to give those types of considerations here in the territory as well once that window is passed? Because I agree with you that we cannot have this opening infinitum. The cutoff is a cutoff, and we need to understand as a people when time is up, time is up. So
the answer to that, Senator, is unfortunately no. The persons were able to do that on their taxes because that was a federal benefit. In this case, this is a local benefit, and that's not reported on your taxes. So we won't be able to make the same accommodations. If you didn't receive it, with stimulus, yes, you put it in, you didn't receive it. It would even ask you as you were doing it if you received the payment or not. If you didn't, then it would credit you for that. In this case, we cannot do that because this is a local benefit specific to the Virgin Islands.
No, we can if we legislate
But not on the taxes. You can't do it. Remember, we are mirror code. We are in mirror code, so we cannot do that on individual income tax filings. We cannot.
Okay. We're going to argue that one today. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry to the chair, to OMB director. What is the situation with individuals whose checks did go out, but they did not receive them? For example, I had a very strong conversation to a Wendy's drive-through with an individual that said that OMB did tell her check went out, it was in her name, but she's consistently coming back and telling you guys she never got it. So how do you guys follow up and find out if these checks were ever cashed, somebody else did it? What's the procedure around that, and how could one be reissued? Because this young lady is very, very upset that everybody in Wendy's got their $2,000 and she still can't get a hold of her check as yet.
So Mr. Tirado will respond.
Thank you.
So in a case like that,
So Mr. Tirado will respond.
Thank you.
So in a case like that, we have what we call distribution sheets. So for example, in Wendy's, a representative from Wendy's would have to come to the office and sign for the checks along with a list of all the checks that are there. So in a case like that, if you sign for a check, it is now that signer's responsibility to give the payment to the correct person.
Okay.
Now, there have been times where it could indicate that a payment was sent down to finance and there may be an incorrect record, that check was never printed. We always record every check number before we distribute it. And now that I'm at the Department of Finance, I work closely with Jasnique.
Okay.
Jasnique can always send me a check number. I go to Treasury and I ask Treasury, has this check been cashed? If not, we void it and we can always reissue a payment to the person.
Good. So they could use the online system to update now, or would they come back?
No, that would not work. They would have to contact us.
Okay, contact you directly.
The same email, arpa@omb.vi.gov, for that issue.
Thank you so much for the response.
No problem.
Very quickly, let me ask you, and we're going to wrap up this particular section of this meeting. I heard you, Senator. Let me ask you a very quick question. Is it that the individual businesses, you batched their checks and sent them to the businesses and then they distributed them?
Correct.
So in an
Except
instance,
for central government agencies, those payments go to whatever they have set up in payroll.
so in an instance like what the previous speaker asked, then their business should be able to tell them whether or not they received a check for them initially.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay.
And we have a copy of those in the office.
So, okay. So, your recommendation is that not the individual, but the business should reach out to
OMB.
OMB
OMB.
OMB because So we have to first verify whether or not they sent in
that
person's name.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of back information that has to be gathered in order to determine whether even that person's name went in. And if, because that business should have said, well, these are all the names that I submitted, and I only received these checks.
Correct.
So
And we
you're
do-
missing this one, right?
We do get a lot of those emails, and what we do, we just pull up a report, we go in the checks, we say, these people were not paid because X, Y, and Z. It would be ideal to send that report out with the distribution letters, but it is very tedious, very time consuming, so we have not done it in that way. But with any requests, we always provide a reason as to why people did not receive payment.
Understood. Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just regarding the communications between our elders and OMB, is it possible for you to have a hotline set up? Because really, when you're dealing with elders, they are mostly on their phones. That's their main method of communicating. Is it possible to set up a hotline?
Senator, I don't know that is needed at this point, and I guess that would be my response to that. I don't think it's needed, and we also don't have the staff to do a hotline. We just don't. We are a small agency.
Thank you for your response. So, what is the estimate, based on what you issued before, and based on the information that you've been getting as far as individuals who have not received their let's just talk about the Social Security benefits in particular. What is that? How many people are you anticipating? Because that'll help for us to understand your response as it relates to the hotline.
That's actually a great question, and one that I don't have an answer to. We can say we've had, and based on the distribution sites when we were there, and the number of people that came, it was probably a couple hundred people. I don't think there's 1,000 people.
The reason why I asked the question, Director, is because based on your testimony, you have a whole operation that you're setting up, and based on the phone calls, requests from folks like my office, etc., I would think that y'all were kind of collecting some numbers to determine, how large this pool is, to determine how, whether or not this needs to be a full-fledged operation or this is something just for a small pool of people. I mean, honestly, we have people complaining, but I have not heard, when I say complaining, expressing their concerns that they have not received their $500 in particular, but we really need to determine how large of a scope or breadth and depth that really is.
Right. The staff, Jasnique and the others are actually going through, because we've received a number of emails and we took a lot of names, et cetera, at those distribution sites. So we are putting those together. Okay. So I would hope that in the next couple weeks, we will have a better idea of the number of people. But in the meantime, we didn't want to wait for that to be able to start taking information. We want to be able to get checks out as quickly as possible. So we came up with a solution that we think would work while we still collated all the information that we already gathered from last year from those individuals.
All right, thank you for your response. Let me just ask you very quickly before we wrap up. In your testimony on page 2, you spoke to the premium payments and the fact that you have sent an additional batch of $800,000 to the Department of Finance. When was that sent, and when do you anticipate seeing those payments going out? And
Mr.
of course,
Tirado?
Roberto Tirado, that payment was sent down last week, Friday. Check runs at Finance are Tuesdays and Thursdays. However, with premium pay, due to the large amounts, it's not always cut on the check run immediately after. That's a treasury function, so it depends on the cash that we have, etc. I anticipate that the checks should be cut by the end of next week, but it really takes time for it to get to the end user, because from Finance, then it has to go back to OMB. We log all the check numbers, prepare it, then the person would come sign for it from the agency, and from then, that's when the distribution happens. So, a lot of times people call and they say, okay, well, I still waiting on the check, but it really has to go through a lot of hoops before it reaches the end.
So y'all gotta batch them up. So those checks are processed, those requests for payment are processed in the system.
Correct.
So you're anticipating that, do you do off check runs? Like, when are your check runs?
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
And there are special check runs.
So is there consideration for a special check run?
There have been special check runs.
No, but for this $800,000, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm not.
So I will be requesting it, because he and I had this conversation yesterday actually on the time that it takes, because I hear them finance want to say, oh, well, we have to look at money, but this is APA. This is not we have to look at money. So I need the payment yesterday.
Yeah, we need the payment yesterday.
Conversation.
I have to agree with you, Director O'Neill, that we need a special check run. This is outside of the normal check run, and this is not a cash flow issue. This is specific funds for federal dollars that were received that you have in the bank, so you don't even have to draw these funds. So
Correct.
Next week is a long lead time. It will be, if you say next week, I would anticipate that it'll be early next week, and then whatever that other piece of the bureaucracy that needs to take place, then that would happen. But we really need to get the checks out as soon as possible. So please relay that to the leadership at the Department of Finance, please.
Will do.
All right. And then, well, I guess Director O'Neill can't answer this question about when do we anticipate the final processing of all these payments. So we will wait to hear back from finance on that. So we will inquire as to the final, when do we plan to really wrap up all of these payments. I know that the one thing we always have to consider is additional staff as to how we're going to get these processed, et cetera. So Director O'Neill, and I think you should be able to answer this question, is there an opportunity? So the ARPA funds have indirect costs? There's a portion of indirect dollars?
Senator, no.
So there's
some admin
That's what I
costs.
meant.
Yes, yes.
Not indirect. Are they administrative dollars associated with that?
Yes.
So for the processing, I suspect that the employees at, let's say, the Department of Finance, OMB, probably most of your employees are exempt because of the nature of their work, but at the Department of Finance in particular, you have a number of unionized employees. So is there an opportunity for them to receive overtime from your admin dollars to get this process moving? Because they have their regular batches of check run that they have to take care of. So if we're asking them to do something outside of the norm, then I would want to believe that we would want to pay them the overtime or whatever the additional amounts of dollars are to get this moving and closed out.
Yes, Senator, that is an eligible expense. So absolutely, we can do that. Once that is requested, we can make that happen.
So it got get requested. How we can get done?
Conversations between the commissioner, the Department of Finance would have to detail the exact amount and then send that forward, and we make the adjustments on the budget, because everything has a budget online, and so we can make the adjustments. So like, for instance, the entire APA team, like Jasnique and the others, are paid from that. Their NOPAs are assigned to that budget code. So we can do that. We'll just have to know the amount and then make that happen.
So then let me ask, this 799,000 equates to about how many people, how many files?
It has it on there.
That is, how many payments you mean?
Yeah.
565.
So that's 565 files.
Mm-hmm.
So I would want to believe
465. 465.
465?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would strongly suggest that yourself and the Department of Finance get together and y'all allocate some dollars so they could pay these employees overtime in order for them to get this done. Because if they rely on the regular check run, this is going to take a lot longer, and it's been around for quite some time. So if there are resources that you can provide as far as the administrative dollars that's available you can allocate, then y'all need to get together to do this so we can make this happen. so we could reduce the number of phone calls and we could get to our bills here in the legislature.
So,
okay?
Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, like this is the last batch that we have, and so we do expect that it will be processed by next week. And we will only have the first responders and healthcare workers left to process.
Give them
after
the
this.
money,
So
Jennifer.
we don't have the issue with the funding. We
Give them
like
the few dollars so they could pay their employees overtime. The employees are working very hard.
They have that authorization already, Senator.
Pardon?
They have the authorization. It's
Okay.
been discussed numerous times with them and the governor.
Okay, perfect. So if they have the authorization, then we need to just move this along and get these payments out to these folks. Because the thing that, us here on this end of the aisle, we want it done, but there are a lot of elements to make sure that it happens. And definitely what matters is that we also consider the employees who are on the ground, we are expecting to make this happen. So whatever we can do, give them the overtime. I'm certain that you give them the overtime, they're going to come in and work and get it done. So that's my strong recommendation. I think I have one last question. So you made a reference to eligible workers. We now process all applications and do not anticipate further large expenditures for premium payments. This brings our overall total to $29.2 million paid to 16 million eligible workers. So the 16 million eligible workers are those who fell inside of the 70,000, correct?
16,000 workers.
Sorry, the 16 eligible workers are those that fell inside of the $70,000.
Yes.
So do you have a number of those that fell outside of the 70,000? When you say number, I mean individuals. And then again, I have to reiterate that if we had a cap and you paid out to the eligible individuals, and now you're giving consideration, and I'm certain that you're giving consideration because you got approval from the federal government, correct?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, so now because I remember we've kind of gone through this several times. My colleague, he isn't here today, but Senator Gittins in particular, he really championed this in the last legislature. So many of the businesses, and I'm kind of repeating myself, but it's intentional, it's deliberate. Many of the hospital and other businesses who have healthcare workers in particular who did not submit because of the 70,000 threshold. If we're opening the door, then I know it's going to require additional work, but we got to play the game fair. Because then what we're saying is it's really okay to not follow the rules because guess what? Something might give and then you still squeeze in the door. So we have to, no, seriously, we have to really I ask you to give consideration. If you're opening the door for above 70, you gotta pay the people. You gotta get them a window. It don't have to be that long of a window, but they kind of have to do it. So I'm just asking you to really give serious consideration. Senator, Mr. President, you're recognized for your quick alibi. Recognize Senator Francis's mic, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you, OMB Director, for those employees that felt that they were denied an opportunity by an employer for whatever reason, they're in a toxic environment, they felt like they were emotionally, because of emotions, individuals didn't submit their name. How do you allow for that person then or what will you say to them in regards to whether or not they'll be eligible to receive the stipend?
So unfortunately, there is nothing that we on the government side can do because we need the business to validate that these employees did in fact work. So the onus is on the business, and the employees will have to have that conversation with those employers, even if they no longer work there and they were working there during that time. They have to have that conversation and force them to include their names. Tell them you're gonna file something, a court, whatever, file a case against them for not including them because they are entitled to it. They're going to have to take those types of steps.
So let me
can't do anything.
Let me put another fly in the ointment. So in the instances where that employee no longer works for a particular agency, have moved on to another agency, again because of the aggrieved situation, is there an opportunity for that new commissioner, director, whoever, to then submit their name, look at it, and they could qualify based on their ability to provide the necessary information, and they could qualify at that point?
So, it must be accurate and truthful, right?
Of course.
So if they didn't work for that person, I don't know how they're going to be able to certify that the individual worked. If they have an agreement with whoever they worked for before, and they want to certify that this person did work during that time, whatever, and they submit it, absolutely we will pay. We will not be the ones going policing whether or not they didn't, whatever. We will not do that. But somebody needs to certify that these employees did in fact work for us to be able to make the payment.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I had a thought and it escaped me. So, Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Colleague is speaking about, because there's a lot of petty people in the world. But at the end of the day, if you're in a situation where you, during the pandemic, put in all this work, you worked, and because somebody's being petty to make sure you don't get these funds, wouldn't your check stub also corroborate that you actually worked? Because now you have to fend for yourself when your employer is now being petty. Thank you. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, but again, that's circumventing a process that has been in place from inception of this program. And the process is that the employers must certify. If we start saying now, because we want to please one individual or two individuals, oh, well, you can just bring us your check stubs, that's opening up Pandora's box. And I will tell you, I do not want any part of that, nor will I approve my staff to go work on that.
Okay, thank you. So we are about to wrap up. I did ask a question about how many of the 70,000 and over individuals that we currently, applications that you have. So do you have that number?
Yes, Jasmine Allen. We have approximately 1,400 employees that had a salary that was over 70,000. We already have those information based off of the information that was submitted for the entire business, either government, semi-autonomous, and private sector.
So remind me again, when do we anticipate paying out those?
June. End of June.
End of June?
End of June. And Director O'Neill, those who did the right thing and did not submit? I mean, it's going to create an issue. So just let's not create an issue.
So I will take that back to the governor and have that conversation. I don't think that he will say no. So
you don't run the thing, just point the thing on his back. Come on.
Once he says yes, I will put that out and we'll give a timeline, but he will need to approve that because, I work for him.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for your responses. Director O'Neill, we're about to close this block. If you could give a quick 30-second closing, I would appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory, and to the other senators present for having us today and allowing us to give an update on the premium pay and Social Security recipient stipends. It's been a pleasure for us to be here to provide the information. It's definitely a pleasure for me to have Mr. Tirado and Ms. Allen in particular here with us today and providing information and let everybody see how great they are and the kind of work that they do, and how much of an effort they put into making sure things are done and done right and done on time as well. That is critical. OMB is a small agency. We have a dedicated staff. There are a number of others who aren't here today that were heavily involved in this process. And to them, I say thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart. I thank all of my staff for working so hard on this. Thank you again.
Thank you, Director O'Neill, and thank you to your team. And, when I saw Mr. Tirado at first, I didn't recognize who he was, but now I'm realizing who he is. He was a little young man coming to the Office of Education with his mom a long time ago. So congratulations to you. And were you like the the val or sal of your class?
2017.
2017 valedictorian of the class of Charlotte Amalie High School.
Salutatorian.
Salutatorian. I
Somebody
remember
gave me
it was one of them. Congratulations. And Jennifer, you have a good team. Director O'Neill, you have a good team here, and make sure you continue to nurture them and encourage them, because, you know, when young people work for the government, their work ethics is heavily determined based on the person as their manager. And I can say that because when I was a young woman and I came home from college, I had very good colleagues. I had very good leaders that nurtured me. So I think you're in good hands. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes.
It's the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the items in block number 2?
Two, update on the status of the compliance agreement between the U.S. Virgin Islands and the U.S. Department of Education as a result of the U.S. Virgin Islands being designated a high-risk grantee under 34 CFR 8012. Invited testifiers are Honorable Diane Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, VI Department of Education, Honorable Bosedi Bruce, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance, Ms. Lisa Alejandro, Acting Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement, Ms. Sharon Murphy, Partner, McConnell and Jones LLP. Honorable Jennifer O'Neill, Director, VI of Office and Management and Budget. Honorable Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner, VI Department of Human Services. Honorable Justa Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2 on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I am seeing here, I'm not seeing Commissioner Usta Encarnacion, who represents Commissioner Usta Encarnacion. How did I miss you in the corner? Dr. Sims. So Dr. Sims. And I'm also not seeing Commissioner Kimberly Causey Gomez, who represents Commissioner Gomez. And that is Danielle. You know, I don't call you by your first name.
Danelle Baptiste.
Danelle Baptiste. Danelle Baptiste. And I'm not seeing Commissioner Bosede Bruce, who represents Bosede Bruce.
No representation from Department of Finance Center.
So are you the representative today, Commissioner O'Neill? Because you know how I feel about that kind of stuff.
I am the, I know, I am the representative for OMB and Finance today.
Okay, well, the reason why I'm making sure that all the commissioners are here, because I have a good understanding of the situation with the compliance agreement, and but for us understanding what are the various, what do we call them, user or provider agencies? What is it? The agencies that are not users, they are support?
Support, or central service
central
agencies.
service agencies that are providing support to the respective departments and agencies. We need to know what they're doing internally to ensure that at some point, hopefully soon, because we've been at this since 2006, that the U.S. Department of Education will say, you guys have done well, and we are comfortable with reverting the responsibilities back to the respective central government agencies. So we really need to know what they're doing. Ms. Baptiste, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that the commissioner is online.
Oh, the commissioner is on Teams?
Yes.
I'm not seeing her. Okay, so our media folks will make sure that they pull her up. And if the Commissioner of Finance is hearing us, and she has someone that could come on Teams, we would really appreciate that, because I have extensive questions with regards to the single audits of the GVA. And I know that you take care of that, but the single audits, the outcomes are with regards to what's happening as it relates to the processing and transactions at DOF.
Correct.
Okay? So we're going to ask that we're ready to start. We're going to ask that all of the testifiers put their name and title on the record, and we're going to start with our OMB director.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you. And then we're going to go to our Commissioner of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Dion Wells-Hedrington, Commissioner of the Department of Education.
Acting Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Good afternoon, Lisa Alejandro, Acting Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement.
Representative for the Honorable Kimberly Causey Gomez.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
And our representative for the Honorable Usta Encarnacion.
Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
And then we also have the partner from McConnell and Jones LLP. Please put your name and title on the record.
Can you hear me?
Please recognize the mic of all of the testifiers. Proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharon Murphy, partner with McConnell and Jones LLP, and we are the third party.
Third party, okay. And okay, so we also have our Commissioner of the Department of Human Services. Commissioner Gomez, can you please put your name and title on the record?
Good afternoon, everyone. Kimberly Plaza, Commissioner, Virgin Islands.
Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you. Could you say that again?
Ozzy Gomez, Minister.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead because we cannot hear you. Who provides the testimony for today?
Senator, I do collectively, we've put together a testimony.
So we have one testimony.
One testimony that I will read, Senator.
Okay, so VIDE, let me just ask very quickly as it relates to the compliance agreement. Do you have any programmatic areas that you are working on?
Yes, we are. I will let Mr. Smith speak to that.
Okay, no. I'm just asking because, I'm hearing that the response. So in the testimony, you speak to the programmatic areas. Okay, Director O'Neill, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear before you pursuant to your invitation for members of the executive branch to provide testimony on the status of the compliance agreement between the U.S. Virgin Islands and the U.S. Department of Education as a result of the U.S. Virgin Islands being designated a high-risk grantee under 34 CFR Section 80.12. Accompanying me today are Dion Wells Hedrington, PhD, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services; Nicole Cragwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health; Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner Nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement; Sharon Murphy, Partner, McConnell and Jones LLP; Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. The Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget remains committed to guiding the government of the Virgin Islands out of third-party fiduciary oversight for federal grants from the U.S. Department of Education. Collaboration efforts continue between OMB and the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Department of Human Services, Department of Health, Department of Finance, and the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement to ensure that all agencies are effectively managing funds received by the United States Department of Education. This effort is managed by OMB's Federal Grant Specialized Processing Unit, or self-contained model, also called the SCM, which works with our current third-party fiduciary agent, McConnell and Jones LLP, or MJ, to manage all U.S. Department of Education grant funds and maintain proper documentation of the agency's expenditures. Both the Department of Finance and the Department of Property and Procurement are actively working on bringing the GVI's standard operating policies and procedures in alignment with the federal guidelines and remain dedicated to maintaining our current progress on the specific conditions. Historical background for the third-party fiduciary agent. In September 1999, the U.S. Department of Education designated the GVI as a high-risk grantee under 34 CFR 80.12a and imposed specific conditions on several awards to the GVI and its agencies. The major non-compliance areas included procurement processes, program planning and implementation, financial management, and property management. In addition to the non-compliance areas, the U.S. Department of Education noted lack of human capital and management accountability as contributors to GVI's high-risk designation. In September 2005, because U.S. DOE did not see sufficient progress, formal specific conditions were imposed that required GVI to procure and maintain the services of a third-party fiduciary agent to perform financial management duties required under federal regulations. In August 2006, GVI engaged its first third-party fiduciary agent, vendor Alvarez and Marsal, and awarded the contract to the second TPFA vendor in May 2009, Basilio Cobbs and Associates. The second vendor was responsible for managing that contract activities until November 2020. McConnell and Jones LLP, or MJ, assumed responsibility for the third-party fiduciary agent contract on December 1st, 2020. MJ's main role as the TPFA is to ensure that fiscal transactions are fully compliant with 2 CFR 200, the Uniform Guidance, and 34 CFR Education Department General Administrative Regulations, or EDGAR. The TPFA reviews requisitions, process vendor payments, and avoids disallowed expenditures, reviews, approves, and uploads budgets into the MUNIS system, ensures policies and procedures are in place to oversee grant operations, provides management reports weekly and monthly to support and evaluate operations, provides technical assistance to the OMB SCM staff and VIDE, VIDHS grant staff to ensure they build capacity to oversee U.S. DOE grant funds independently. Collaboratively, a plan has been developed to assist the GVI with eliminating the 25 specific conditions outlined in U.S. DOE's monitoring report and to transition the GVI from the TPFA requirement. It includes redirecting the primary focus for addressing the specific conditions from VIDE, VIDHS, and VI Department of Health, and place higher emphasis on the Department of Finance and Property and Procurement, which will ultimately have compliance oversight responsibility once the specific conditions are eliminated. Establishing specific measurable outcomes and key performance indicators to determine necessary steps to address deficiencies that cause the specific conditions. VIDE, VIDHS, DOF, and DPP are working to use the performance indicators to demonstrate that the deficiencies have been addressed based on predetermined benchmark targets, and ensuring training and staffing needs are addressed. MJ has worked closely with OMB, Department of Finance, Department of Property and Procurement, VIDE, and VIDHS to address the specific conditions outlined in the Corrective Action Plan requirements. And substantial progress has been made toward addressing managerial deficiencies. Both the quality of documentation submitted to US DOE in the quarterly CAP responses and the consistency of submissions by GVI agencies requiring CAP responses has improved. In the 2 years that MJ has been the TPFA, not only has the scope of the grants under the management of the TPFA grown substantially over the past 3 years, from $154 million in 2020 to $328 million in the current contract, but they have assisted OMB and the GVI agencies with reducing the number of specific conditions requiring a response to US DOE from 25 to 9. Further, the OMB SCM staff has been instrumental in improving the communication between US DOE and the other GVI agencies by obtaining regular feedback regarding the CAP report deliverables. The improved communication also contributed significantly to the reduction in the number of specific conditions GVI is currently required to address. The table below summarizes the 9 remaining specific conditions that GVI submits CAP progress reports on to U.S. Department of Education quarterly. 1, drawdowns. 2, internal control standard operating policies and procedures. 3, payroll standard operating policies and procedures. 4, procurement standing operating policies and procedures. 5, vendor invoices from agent. 6, fixed assets standard operating policies and procedures. 7, third-party fiduciary oversight for VI Department of Health grant funds. And 2 additional ones, a functional VIDE internal audit division, and programmatic monitoring reports. Those are the 9 specific conditions that we are required to report on quarterly. Historically, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, for the Department of Education, approximately 24 specific conditions have been tied to that department, ranging from communication to policy and procedure requirements. Pursuant to these conditions, VIDE has been successful in creating, but is not limited to, an intensive fixed asset policy and procedure manual, the creation of an internal audit unit, the creation of a monitoring and compliance unit, and posting of the Office of Inspector General hotline. Fraud, waste, and abuse information has been posted throughout the territory. As a result of these accomplishments, VIDE is currently responsible for reporting on only 3 conditions: 24-hour drawdowns, program monitoring, and program-specific conditions. At the end of each quarter, VIDE is responsible for submitting the quarterly corrective action plan report to OMB, which contains support that the conditions mentioned above are being adhered to. VIDE is responsible for completing the drawdown from the G5 system within 24 hours after receiving a written drawdown notice from the third-party fiduciary agent. VIDE acknowledges the seriousness of this condition and understands that if the 24-hour deadline is not adhered to, U.S. Department of Education will remove this task from VIDE and provide the third-party fiduciary agent with full authority to perform all drawdowns. VIDE has been and will continue to comply with this condition. The fiscal team has built capacity within the unit to ensure that multiple persons have access to the G5 system and they can perform the drawdowns. With the additional personnel, VIDE ensures that a drawdown request will be addressed right away by any trained individual. VIDE must conduct comprehensive programmatic monitoring in accordance with the Uniform Guidance 2 CFR 200.329 and 200.332, which requires the state office to monitor activities under federal awards to assure compliance with applicable federal requirements, to confirm performance expectations are being achieved, and to evaluate the risk of noncompliance. From November 2022 to present, the Monitoring and Compliance Unit has conducted approximately 42 monitoring visits. The Monitoring and Compliance Unit acknowledges the dire need for monitoring training based on all submitted reports scheduled for the end of June 2023 and has provided USDE with a risk-based monitoring protocol, monitoring tools and instruments, and standard operating procedures for monitoring, which includes a risk assessment process that has been favorably accepted. In accordance with 34 CFR 76.132A5, VIDE must submit an annual performance report to the department as required under 2 CFR 200.329 for each of the programs for which we are using funds received under the consolidated grant. Each report must compare actual accomplishments to the objectives established in the approved consolidated grant plans and provide details if appropriate. VIDE has been and will continue to adhere to this condition. Currently, the Federal Grants Office submits this annual report at the close of every calendar year to the U.S. Department of Education project manager for the consolidated grant. The Department of Human Services is currently under 4 specific conditions pertaining to funds received through the Division of Disabilities and Rehabilitation Services for the Vocational Rehabilitation Program. This program assists individuals with disabilities to gain and maintain competitive integrated employment guided by various types of assessments, trainings, placements, and accommodations. Priority areas of concern for DHS relate to timely drawdown of funds, accurate tracking and reporting of time records and payroll expenditures, ensuring requisitions and purchase orders follow procurement guidelines, and establishing and complying with the requisite standard operating procedures for those processes, as well as overall fiscal controls and accounting practices. DHS continues to work with the third-party fiduciary agent to implement the corrective action steps needed to mitigate these areas of concern. Unfortunately, the department's continuing workforce challenges, including lack of fiscal staff and turnover of key program and other administrative staff, have slowed the desired progress in these areas. Current efforts include executing drawdowns within 24 hours of request and notifying the TPFA of the status or of any issues in a timely manner. VIDHS has made significant progress in entering and approving requisitions in compliance with procurement guidelines following training provided by MJ on standard operating procedures for the requisition process. And the DHS fiscal unit has increased its attentiveness in vetting requisitions to ensure federal compliance. DHS is working diligently to hire the necessary team members to make greater strides towards compliance and eventual elimination of specific conditions. On May 8th, the department onboarded a federal financial grants analyst who will exclusively provide fiscal support to the vocational rehabilitation program. Additionally, DHS has a target date of June 5th, 2023 to onboard a federal accounts payable specialist. The program has been without fiscal support since 2018, and the hiring of these two positions will enable appropriate separation of duties and allow employees to focus on specific responsibilities for maximum efficiency. DHS is required to generate and submit biannual time and effort certification on all employees paid by US DOE grants to the third-party fiduciary agent. To achieve greater transparency of payroll reporting, the department is currently working towards the full implementation of the GVI Stats system. The target date for Stats implementation is June 19th, 2023, which should allow for more automation and the streamlining of requisite reporting. As noted, the Department of Property and Procurement remains fully engaged and continues to collaborate with all stakeholders in addressing the specific conditions. To that end, DPP has made significant strides in policy development and implementation through capacity building efforts. Accordingly, after proposing legislation to create efficiency and modernize the territory's procurement statutes, Act number 8436 was enacted by the 34th Legislature, which increased the purchasing thresholds, removed outdated processes, increased the bonding requirement threshold from $50,000 to $150,000, added the request for qualification acquisition methodology, and expanded the publication of solicitations. DPP has delivered a series of trainings to central government agencies, and supplementary materials were developed to provide guidance on proper application and utilization of the new statutes. In November 2022, DPP completed and released its revised procurement manual incorporating procurement changes that were affected via memoranda and executive orders to ensure all procurement procedures were outlined and documented in one resource. Upon release of the revised procurement manual, DPP provided government-wide training to the central government on the proper application of the revised procurement manual, specifically focusing on the guiding and general principles of acquisition planning and cost accounting principles under 2 CFR Part 200. Along the path of continuous development, DPP, after engaging discussions with the third-party fiduciary agent and GVI stakeholders, authored training materials specific to addressing recurring process deficiencies and rolled out in-person training on the topics of contract administration, fraud, acquisitioning, and budgeting and acquisition planning to include the cost accounting principles prescribed under the Uniform Guidance Act of 2014 during multiple two-day sessions delivered February 7th and through February 23rd, 2023 in both districts. Capacity building and retention remain critical as the GVI continues its efforts towards removing third-party fiduciary oversight. Therefore, the transition plan includes ongoing training and professional development. DPP continues its efforts to provide responses to the third-party fiduciary agent on unresolved disputes and works with GVI stakeholders to ensure their internal processes and procedures align with the central government's policies and requirements of the special conditions. As the GVI works to take custodianship of its U.S. Department of Education funds, DPP, along with the GVI stakeholders, has been working on the transition plan, which includes the development and release of a fixed asset manual. While DPP has completed its revised procurement manual, the fixed asset manual is currently being drafted with plans for release at the beginning of fiscal year 2024. With the pending completion of the fixed asset manual and ongoing strategy to transition fixed asset management from the third-party fiduciary agent oversight to the GVI, there is an identified need to sufficiently staff the department and acquire or create central warehouses to perform the functions required under 2 CFR 200. The Department of Finance team has met over the course of several months with VIDE to learn their internal processes and better understand their challenges, from grant award to drawing down the funds and financial reporting. The Department of Finance has dedicated resources to make this a high priority. To date, the Department of Finance has worked on the following areas to provide the best support to departments as they work on their daily transactions: updating of the SOPs, collaborative meetings to build internal controls and monitoring based on reporting needs, chart of account cleanups, purchase order management, liquidating invoices timely, revamping the drawdown process to make it more centralized with oversight in our Treasury unit, recurring training in basic and advanced accounting processing and reporting, and working with agencies on developing accurate federal receivables. These areas should improve timeliness and accuracy, which are repeat findings for GVI and are a direct correlation with the expectation of the U.S. Department of Education. Lack of staffing remains a concern throughout GVI, and steps are continuously being taken to train the fiscal employees we do have while recruiting others. The Infants and Toddlers Program has in place a separate third-party fiduciary agent from the Virgin Islands Department of Education to administer all grant funds for that program under the Department of Health. The agent of record for this grant is Lutheran Social Services, which is acceptable to the Office of Special Education at the U.S. Department of Education. Drawdowns are executed by the Department of Health Federal Grants Office into a separate bank account established and maintained by Lutheran Social Services. In addition to providing quarterly CAP documentation that demonstrates GVI agencies are addressing specific condition deficiencies, U.S. Department of Education expects that sound management practices will be implemented and sustained to fully mitigate deficiencies. Below are some of the key management practices that need to be implemented. The GVI must ensure that all impacted agencies, OMB, DOF, DPP, VIDE, VIDHS, and VIDOH, that are responsible for administering the U.S. Department of Education federal grant funds are managed in compliance with Uniform Guidance and 34 CFR EDGAR guidelines. Key vacancies must be filled and the necessary human capital fully trained. Moreover, GVI agency leadership must hold division management accountable for ensuring critical federal management practices are consistently implemented. The GVI will need to provide high-level oversight so that the critical management practices in the table below are sustained once the third-party fiduciary agent requirement is eliminated. So the management practices, I will list the management practices, but I will not list the recommendations because there's a lot right now. So the management practices are human capital vacancies. 2 CFR 200 content implementation and training for new and existing staff, general requisition processing accuracy, use of correct accounting object codes, general ledger line item allocations in the requisitioning process, timely payroll reconciliation and cash flow management, timely processing of payments to vendors, forward planning to minimize lapsed grant funds, procurement or contract management processes, compliance with 2 CFR 200.324 contract cost and price, proactive spending plans and avoidance of delays in processing budget amendments, accounting for fixed assets, maintaining fixed assets locations, and participation in monthly meetings with the third-party fiduciary agent and OMB SCM. It is important that the GVI remain current on other requirements, such as ensuring our audits, inclusive of the single audit, are completed in a timely manner. Federal law requires any non-federal entity that expends $750,000 or more in federal award funds during its fiscal year to obtain a single audit or program-specific audit. The auditors contracted by the GVI submitted the draft findings for the fiscal year 2020 single audit for management response about a week ago, and they are now in the data collection and testing phase for the fiscal year 2021 single audit. OMB has held meetings with all applicable agencies with findings and will continue to work with those agencies to formulate responses for prompt submittal to the auditors. To date, the fiscal year 2021 schedule for the expenditure of federal awards, or the CFA, the precursor to the actual single audit, has been completed, and the FY 2022 CFA will begin shortly. These reports establish GVI's accountability for the federal grant dollars it receives, including the $328 million it is currently receiving from the U.S. Department of Education, and is another important compliance requirement that demonstrates responsible stewardship of U.S. Department of Education federal grant awards. We understand that it is more than just VIDE to make the necessary changes and requires a collaborative effort from the central service agencies as well in order to actually show measurable progress. To this end, the GVI team, along with our third-party fiduciary agent, MJ, continues in constant communication with the U.S. Department of Education and remain committed to further advancing and improving our processes and procedures to remove the remaining 9 specific conditions. Madam Chair, this concludes our collective combined testimony. Our team is available to answer the questions of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. And I believe that I neglected to ask Mrs. April Henry of the Department of Education to put your name and title on the record, please. Please recognize the mic of the testifiers. Ms. Henry's mic.
Leave it in. Good morning. April Henry, Director of Financial Reporting and Program Quality Assurance at Department of Education.
And also Mr. Kimo Smith of the Department of Education. Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. Kimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner, Fiscal and Administrative Services.
Thank you. I believe now everybody has placed their name and title on the record. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. Is that okay? That's okay? All right. So, Director O'Neill, you have provided an extensive testimony around where we are with the compliance agreement and what the government is doing to address where we are with moving forward with getting the Virgin Islands out of this compliance agreement. And you specifically noted that there were 27 27 conditions?
25 to begin, 25.
25 conditions when you started as director?
Yes, Senator.
So, and now you're down to 9?
9.
Okay, so let me ask you a very quick question. So those 9 conditions, what was a little confusing to me is you spoke about the 9 conditions, and then on page 11 and 13, you listed the recommendations and actions. So that's the 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that sort of confused me a bit. So could you expound on the difference between how does this, the management practices relate to the 9 conditions
So
that
I'll
you
ask
shared?
Ms. Murphy to explain the difference between the two.
Okay, so when you, so the 9.
Put your name, when you speak first, just put your name and title on the record just for this first. so that-
Sharon Murphy,
Okay.
McConnell and Jones, TPFA. So the 9 specific conditions are what USDOE is, the specific conditions that they are requiring that be addressed quarterly on the third party. In addition to that, they expect that all of the management practices that's associated with addressing those specific conditions be institutionalized and implemented, if you will. And so there are a few more to be addressed on an ongoing basis. And so there's not a direct correlation to the number.
So
for example, human capital, the need to make sure that all of the vacancies, human capital would be the first one in the table that Director O'Neill addressed.
Okay, good. And I'm glad you used human capital as an example. So
human capital is not one of the 9
got it.
specific conditions, but it is a need, an ongoing need that needs to be addressed in order to make sure that GVI and the agencies are ready to take over the responsibility.
Understood. So these management practices are concerns that's been shared with the GVI's team as it relates to things that they need to make sure they put in place.
Yes.
And I said specifically that I'm glad that you use human capital as an example because, and I know that USDA is listening, that throughout the country, so it's not unique to the Virgin Islands, and we need to watch some of the demands throughout the country. All school districts, agencies, small businesses, large businesses, corporations are impacted by the lack of the ability to fill vacancies. So sometimes we have to push back on these things because this filling of vacancies is not unique to the Virgin Islands. Just this morning, I heard a gentleman who's running for office on the mainland talking about this same issue. So push back. Okay? Colleagues, I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to we're going to do a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Please recognize Senator Blyden's mic.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier. In particular, Director O'Neill, thank you so much for this comprehensive testimony. And good afternoon to all the other distinguished individuals in the well. Let me ask, because in your testimony you spoke to our high-risk status since 1999. Then we had our first vendor on board in 2006, and then again in 2009, and then again in 2020. What if any, funding had this cost our local government in respect to these vendors? And what the return on investment, basically?
So, Senator, that's actually a great question. I don't have the total of what we have spent over the years. I can tell you right now, it costs us about, the contract's about $2.5 million a year. I am looking, though, to see how we can switch that back to the federal grant and off of the general fund. So that is a conversation that we are now having with the U.S. Department of Education. So that is coming, so it will no longer cost us money, especially as we've been showing measurable progress towards fixing the issues.
Okay, very well, because that's very important, because a lot of money in respect to that. But let me ask, in respect to the Department of Human Services and folk rehab program, that's a very important program here in the territory. And based on the testimony, they spoke to areas of concerns. And one of them was timely drawdown of funds, accurate tracking and reporting of time records and payroll expenditures, ensuring requisitions and purchase orders follow procurement guidelines, and establishing and complying with the requisite standards, operating procedures. Now let me ask, in terms of drawdowns, what the time frame for drawdown at this moment? I know the record is 24 hours. What the time at this moment?
It's 24 hours.
It's 24 hours?
Yes.
Okay, and they also spoke to staffing and capacity. And as my colleague just spoke to the Department of Education, we know we have an issue in terms of staffing at the Department of Human Services. What's being done in respect to assuring that we can staff up the agency in order to basically come into compliance?
So, AC Baptiste or Commissioner Kazi Gomez can respond to that.
Commissioner Casey Gomez?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Answer.
1 minute.
I'll respond. So in terms of some of the capacity issues that we mentioned, we did talk about our fiscal staff, that there was a gap there. We have brought on an individual there and looking to bring on one additional individual. We do have a concerted effort. We're working with HR and fiscal on a daily basis to make sure that we've identified where our talent gaps exist, make sure that our PRFs are being created,
30 seconds.
channeled appropriately so that we can fill those critical gaps.
And what are we also doing in respect to achieving greater transparency of payroll reporting?
Do we have CFO McGrath on the line? She can provide a response.
Good afternoon, Lydia McGrath, and I'm sorry I'm having technical challenges with the camera on my desktop, so I apologize for not visible. Our payroll is generally reconciled and returned back to OMB by the Monday after the pay period. We have a designated staff to ensure that happens with every pay period.
Very well, Madam Chair. We have work to do, for real. But nonetheless, I thank you for your responses and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So the response was the payroll is true up by the Monday after the payroll. So, and it goes to the Office of Management and Budget. That's what I heard.
That is correct. Good afternoon, Lydia McGrath.
Okay, so Director McGrath, so who does the drawdowns?
Once the third party prepares the draws, it comes back to the department where we draw the monies. And I understand there was some lack of compliance before. We have been trying to keep within that 24-hour deadline. We've actually done a really good job. We had a couple of nuances, and to ensure that we are within that 24-hour deadline, we've developed a tracker so everyone can keep tabs and ensure that we do it within the requisite time.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Ms. Murphy. Miss or Mrs.?
Miss.
Miss Murphy, because I'm still confused as to why the third party, did I hear that the third party is doing the draws for the Department of Human Services? And if that's the case, we are now 17 years in. Why would the third party still be doing the drawdowns?
So I think the issue is for VIDHS is that they don't always have just say if they have to go to a training, they go on vacation. I don't totally know the reasons why, but they don't have the appropriate backup people, because it's a strict requirement that process be totally completed in the 24-hour time frame. VIDE, for example.
No, don't go no further.
Okay.
I'm just sticking with Human Services.
Okay. Yeah.
So Human Services, based on your estimation, does not have the capacity to do the draws. How many employees are we talking about?
CFO McGrath?
No.
Lydia McGrath. When I onboarded in August, we had one accountant for 84 programs and a director of financial services, and a couple of administrative support. However, we have been doing the draws within 24 hours. Again, we had a couple instances. For instance, a draw came in with some adjustments, and the adjustments were not attached, so that delayed the draws. But I will be happy to share the tracker so you can see our progress from since I onboarded in August. But we are doing the draws in DHS.
Okay, so which one is it? Is it that you're doing the draws, or Miss Murphy is doing the draws? Because Miss Murphy represented that they are doing the draws because you all are experiencing challenges with getting the draws done timely for a myriad of reasons. So which one is it?
Since August 1st, I do the draws. I get onto the G5 system and I do the draws.
So you're doing the draws, and the draws are being done timely?
They're not done timely.
Okay. Okay.
Again, we had some nuances I can share the tracker. We did have some issues. I do believe it's 4 drawdown. One we had with adjustments that were attached to the draws, and the support was not done. I asked for the support. It took a little while longer, so that was delayed by a couple of days. And then more recently, we had some hiccups. There was one draw where the system was shut down by the time we got the drawdown, so we had to ask for the system to be reopened. But again, we have the tracker. I'll be more than happy to share it so everyone can see.
So, we're having a hard time hearing the commissioner. Ms. McGrath, we really need for you to fix your screen, because you're showing up on the television as a black screen. So if you need to change your computer, I highly recommend that you do that. You either do that or you make your way down to the legislature. Are you in St. Thomas?
I am in St. Thomas.
Okay, so we need to address that. Either you get your screen fixed or you make your way down to the legislature, because this issue that we're talking about is a fiscal issue for the most part, and you are the fiscal person for the Department of Human Services. Okay, so are we going to give you an opportunity to fix your camera? If not, you need to make your way down, please. Okay, do we have SOPs drawdown SOPs at the Department of Human Services? And I suspect that the SOPs should be universal for all of the entities. So do you have SOPs? I guess I'll ask this of Ms. Murphy, because I suspect you would have assisted with updating the SOPs, because SOPs were in place before. So what's the status?
The GVI government has SOPs, and they are in place. I think the CAP report, the quarterly corrective action plan reports that we submit, have every draw that's submitted, whether it was submitted timely or not. So we have a record.
So then let me ask you then, and then I'll go to the senators. So let me ask you then, in your estimation, are are you comfortable, or are you comfortable with how the draws are being made at the Department of Human Services in particular?
No, because they're not consistently, and let me correct, we validate the draws. They do them, we validate the timeliness.
Absolutely.
Timeliness of it. And no, because they're not consistently performed timely.
And
it is because there does not appear to be the appropriate backup staff in place, just because it's a strict 24-hour cutoff. There does not appear to be the appropriate backup place if somebody would happen to be on vacation or at a training or whatever, and that's what needs to occur so that can happen and be done consistently.
Okay, so you have a particular individual in the payroll staff at the Department of Human Services that you work with, or individuals that you work with to ensure, well, no, they don't do the draw. So, yeah, let's just remove payroll. Do you have an individual in DOH, Department of Human Services, that you work with that's responsible for making the draws?
Yes, it would be, but it has been of late, as indicated in their testimony, as of late it has been inconsistent because of the vacancies that they have in their fiscal staff.
Well, this is what I'm going to say on the record. So the director need to make it happen, because our director of OMB gave a very exciting testimony about progress. So if we are truly making progress, then we need to understand that when there are deltas, then those that are in charge have to fill in the gap and make it happen. That has to be a priority. That's just not, you're out of options. Walk with your computer. It just is what it is. Otherwise, we've spent over $42.5 million on this third party. So just think about what we could have done as a territory with $42.5 million. And of course, I believe in the beginning, the U.S. Department of Education allowed the Department of Education in particular to utilize some of their federal funds. That has since gone away. So I was very happy to hear you, OMB Director O'Neill, saying that you're actually fighting for them to allow you to utilize some of these dollars to cover this expense. It's a huge expense to the people of the Virgin Islands. And we know what our tax rules look like here. All right, thank you. We're going to go to the next.
Senator Fred Gregory.
You may proceed.
Just if I could also have Mr. Mel Waits, who's the project manager, the project director for MJ, come in the well as Ms. Naibi Douglas, who is
of course
SCM, to provide further details.
Certainly. We're going to ask the security to bring them into the well. You can sit on this side. All right, senators, the next senator, Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Madam Chair, and good afternoon to testifiers and viewing and listening audience. This afternoon, clearly this is a matter of urgency, I would say. We've been at this for some years. Thank you, Director O'Neill, for your testimony. I believe it was very comprehensive and thorough. It seems to me that staffing and training seems to be the key components of the issue. So what steps are we taking in that area to kind of, apart from the drawdown issue that we've been hearing, to kind of mitigate and work on these areas?
So, Senator, I'll start by saying we have a monthly steering committee meeting with all of the agencies. And at that meeting, we are asking for updates from every department. Where are you with addressing your issues? What issues do you have? How can we help you so that we have responses, not just to put in a CAP report, but also to be able to find solutions and move it forward. We want to get out of the oversight requirement. And the only way to do that is by making sure that we address the issues. Again, as I mentioned, it's not just VIDE or DHS that has the problems. The central service agencies also have to do our part. So collectively, we have to do that, and we are looking at how we can do ongoing training. MJ signs us, or at least the SEM staff, and there's a number of other training opportunities that arise from U.S. Department of Education that VIDE staff goes to, the SEM staff goes to. There's other grant training, et cetera, that we're doing continuously so that employees know what to do as they work through these issues. And DPP is also doing a good job of training on that front as well.
And all the departments been attending to these meetings?
Most times, there's representatives from each department.
And that could be part of the problem because,
but
this is of utmost importance. There should be urgency to this, and they should be present. Are they establishing in these meetings target goals that then are achievable and measuring those goals?
We've started that process, yes, asking for specifics and giving specific timelines for things. So we are on that path.
And are they meeting some of those goals?
It's a work in process.
So, Department of Finance and DPP, are you guys ultimately you will have the responsibilities of the compliance and oversight responsibility. Once these specific conditions are eliminated, are you, Acting Commissioner Alejandro, ready for that responsibility?
Acting Commissioner Lisa Alejandro. Senator, we have been working on that transition plan with the third-party fiduciary as well, so that we are better
30 seconds
for the intake once it takes place. But we are working together, as well as the Department of Education, on the asset side of things. We are in those discussions.
And Director, you spoke about a substantial progress has been made toward addressing some of the managerial deficiency. I would like to ask the third-party representative here, what's your take? How do you feel that GVI has been responding? And are we truly seeing progress, and what percentage does that look like?
So we'll ask Mr. Waits, put his name on the record, and to provide a response, and then Ms. Murphy will say anything else that she needs to say after that. Mr. Waits.
Melvin Waits, Project Director, McCollin Jones. Melvin Waits, Project Director, McConnell and Jones. Now, to your question, yes, there has been some improvement, but we still have some improvements to go. So I believe we're better along today than we were when we started in December.
What I mean?
That's very general, but what improvement percentage are we,
Well, I think there's the 12 areas or the 11 areas is where we still need to work on. That was the whole purpose of outlining that in the testimony. It's human capital, and it's working on those specific management practices that need to be implemented. One of the things that I think the biggest improvement is getting the documentation that initial documentation that USDOE required, getting the improvement towards getting the comprehensive SOPPs, for example, there's been significant strides made toward that. But now once you get the SOPs, now you have to start putting them into practice on a daily basis. I believe that when USDOE is of the opinion that everything has been satisfied, they're going to come down in all likelihood and audit to make certain that
That is happening.
everything is happening and in place. So what we need to do is to make sure, in concert with all of the agencies, that we're pre-auditing, working with the GVI departments, DPP, DOF, and making sure that we're auditing in advance so that when they come and take a look, that they can see that all of the improvements have been made for a sustained period of time. And that's what we're working on right now, trying to do the best that we can to eliminate those additional 9 specific conditions that still need to be addressed, and then making certain for the others that have been addressed that not only is all the documentation in place, but that we can show an extended track record that everything in those specific conditions has been done and that it is implemented and fully institutionalized within the GVI government.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, as I listen to the conversation, and I still see that Ms. McGrath's screen is showing black. Commissioner Kazi Gomez, we need to address that. I'm not sure why we would have individuals that's on island that's not here. So we need to address that immediately. I will take a recess until it's addressed at the appropriate time. So Director O'Neill, and in particular, and let me just understand. So when I look at the page 12 and we talk about the management practices, going back to the conversation from Senator Carrion. So we talk about SOPs. Are we talking about updated SOPs? Because we've been at this for 17 years and SOPs were in place. So we updating the SOPs, things change. What is SOPs discussion is about?
So, Senator,
Still.
in some cases, the departments had their own, and their GVI SOPs that weren't being followed. And we can't have a department having a department-specific SOP and not following the GVI's SOP.
Got it.
So we've had to make changes to what was established to tie out to what DPP and DOF in particular have, which is why that's their task, these two departments, finance and DPP, to make sure that these things are completed and that they are comprehensive so that they address all federal grants, not just U.S. Department of Education. So that's where that is.
Okay, so now that makes sense, but it doesn't make sense from another perspective because we've been paying a third parties since 2006. So that's part of the responsibility to make sure that there were universal SOPs across the board. But we are where we are, so we just need to make sure that we don't find ourselves. You don't come back to us next year and tell us we're still building SOPs, and you don't come back and say we're looking to. I mean, some of the management practices just seems. I want to ask if these are throughout the programs or there's specific entities that still challenge with use of correct accounting object codes and things like accounting for fixed assets. I mean, that has been a bone of contention forever. So let me just ask, is there improvement at VIDE in these particular areas? Or is it a no, and this is just an across the board issue for all of the departments that find themselves in this situation with the compliance agreement?
Yeah.
Mr. Waits, can you respond?
What is the...
So the management practices, are these specific, the concerns, some of these concerns are a little troubling that we're still talking about general requisition processing accuracy, because we've been at this for quite some time. So is it specific to specific entities? Is it specific to DOH? Is it specific to education, or is just across the board that these things remain as challenges?
It would be, this is specific to VIDE and DHS and some of these. Particularly the fixed assets. There have been policies and procedures that were updated, but it's one thing to have policies and procedures updated, it's another thing to actually follow them. And that's why the things are here, that anything that's here is for failure to implement the policies and procedures.
Okay, so we have documentation that briefs well, but we have to follow them. Understood. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank OMB for their testimony, and it briefs well. But I think, Houston, we have a problem. I continue to see that we're talking about unsatisfactory performances, non-conforming terms and conditions, and we continue to just point fingers in every direction possible. And we've been at this for quite some time. So I wanted to ask you, Director O'Neill, in regards to the Federal Grants Office oversight of the government of the Virgin Islands, is there anything that falls under the purview of OMB in terms of monitoring what's transpiring here?
So, Senator, because the U.S. Department of Education has us under the third-party fiduciary oversight, we, meaning OMB and the Federal Grants Management Unit, we do not actively monitor these grants because there is a third-party fiduciary agent in place. However, as part of our responsibility, this is why the contract is with OMB, and they actually sit at OMB, and so we get to see without saying we are directly responsible. So we get to direct the conversation from that end of oversight through MJ, who is the entity that has to have that oversight.
So then who is holding the third-party fiduciary or those oversight, who's holding them responsible to ensure that we're delivering and you're getting what you're paying for? Because we throw money in the wind.
Agreed. So that is us. That is me, I should say, my responsibility. I have regular meetings with MJ. They provide me with monthly reports, and collectively we have meetings. I have meetings with U.S. Department of Education, and they also have meetings with U.S. Department of Education. So I am aware of everything that they're doing, and I get on them to do different things and not to take the excuses that may be coming from anybody.
So we're not short on meetings around here. So outside of the meetings, then what is it that we're doing? We're hearing about the responsibility. There's 3 conditions: 24-hour drawdowns, which we've heard is not occurring. We have the program monitoring as well as the program-specific conditions. How are we doing in that area?
Ms. Douglas, who is an OMB employee, will answer that.
Put your name and title on the record.
Please make it short and sweet because I have a lot of questions. I only have a few minutes.
No problem. My name is Naibi Douglas. I'm the Senior Federal Grant Specialist Lead of OMB SCM. And so, in particular, we have to hold ourselves responsible, particularly with the drawdown situation. Whoever is
1 minute.
The entity, the head entity of whichever department, it is their responsibility to hold the person responsible and accountable to do that. It is not the job, technically, of the third party to do so. Their job is to ensure that they do their part, which is send it out, and then we, in turn, the GVIs, I'm not going to put the agency, the GVI, has the responsibility to reply in 24 hours, and it's their job to report when it's not done.
So I'm hearing that
30 seconds.
individual was just recently hired on May 8th, from my reading,
yesterday,
for an analyst. Only because there were notice that you're coming down here before the legislature. Now we're hearing that there's this engagement and there's this anxiety to be able to deliver. What's been happening before? What is the conversation between Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Human Services, DPP, Department of Finance, what are we doing as a government to make sure that we're holding ourselves responsible before we even rely on the third party?
So, Senator, again, I know you talk about meetings and too many meetings, but that's the way that we have to drive the change. So we meet, and I get on them, and Naibi actually sits there and says, she's my voice, and she tells them, these are the things that we need you to do. We get pushback, yes, and I will not sit here and make it appear that it's all peaches and cream. It's not. There's a lot of fight and a lot of pushback that we get. We are pushing back from the OMB perspective, along with MJ, to make sure that these things are fixed, because at the end of the day, we have to find the money to continue to pay for this. We don't want to do that. So we're fighting with the agencies to do what they need to do. It is not good that we have from 2018 that we don't have fiscal staff, for instance, over a program, or grant staff over a program. So we're pushing on that. We're going to help as much as we can. But they, again, as Naibi said, the department heads, they have to be responsible as well.
So my time has been called, and I'd just like to wrap up to say that where is the matrix? Where is the performance measures that's holding these individuals accountable? You and I have spoken about performance-based budgeting and holding people responsible for their performance measures. You know, where is the matrix? How are we holding individuals accountable? I'm hoping there's a second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Commissioner of Human Services, we're going to start with you, and then we're going to go to the Commissioner of DOE as it relates to these drawdowns. In particular, because I have to agree with my colleague and Ms. Douglas that the buck stops with the respective commissioners as it relates to ensuring that the processes are in fact timely. So Commissioner Kazi Gomez, what internal mechanisms do you have in place to ensure that your staff is doing what is necessary? Because, you know, while we're here having these conversations, annually, Madam Director O'Neill of the Office of Management and Budget comes to this institution to ask for $2-3 million annually to pay for our third party. And all of us know that our tax base, we have challenges, and we have a small community of 87,000 people based on our last census. So it means that we have to figure out ways to move these off the rolls so we can afford to do things like support our hospitals. Okay, so let's hear from you, Commissioner Kazi Gomez, as to what internally are you doing to ensure that your staff isn't making excuses when they're not available, when they're off, if you will. It just got happen. When you're a director, you work with your computer. So let me hear it. Let me hear from you. Yeah, you're I don't know what's happening with your, but we are not hearing you. We have not been able to hear you for the entire day. Oh boy. Yeah. Let me just say that I think you should disconnect and come back, and I will hold the question for you. But I know that, let me just say that I just want to thank the Commissioner of Human Services for coming through today. She is, in fact, not feeling well. So let's see if you could sign out and sign back on, because we really need to get answers to these questions. So we're going to ask the Commissioner of Education in the interim. Well, we actually didn't ask Ms. Murphy if there are drawdown challenges at VIDE in particular. So let's hear that as well. And then, based on the response, then we could go to the Commissioner.
No, VIDE's drawdowns are consistently done timely.
So they're consistently done timely?
Yes.
And that drawdown is huge?
Yes.
And those adjustments are also huge?
Yes.
So I want to just give kudos to DOE, and because of their consistency with getting their drawdowns. So that's good. So Mr. Smith, who's doing your drawdowns now?
Right now, good morning, Kimo Smith. the drawdowns are done in our federal grants office, but we do have multiple backup individuals in the event someone is not available.
To do the draws.
And individuals, you know, walk with their laptops when necessary, wherever you go.
Yeah.
So if it has to be done, it has to be done.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you said that, because I happen to have a relationship with one of your employees, and sometimes just this weekend I spent some time with her, and she was on her computer. I was like, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I got to get my payroll done." So that's what we do when we are in these exempt positions, and folks are relying on us for productivity. So let's hear from you, Commissioner Gomez. You think we could hear you now?
Good afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Kimberly.
Perfect.
Is it loud now?
Yes.
Okay, great. When one device doesn't get to do the other. Again, Kimberly Causey Gomez, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Our CFO is the person that does the draws. The issue that we did was we restructured the entire fiscal office to create 2 new positions, which is why the timeliness of it. So we hired one person yesterday, and we have somebody else coming on in the beginning of June to specifically ensure that this program is on tight and ensuring the timing of draws. I can guarantee you that CFO McGrath walks with her computer everywhere she goes as well, and both phones.
Okay,
So we're committed. They want that the $2 million as well to be reallocated within the GBI, because it would help DHS as well. So we're ready to get out as well. We're committed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your response. So it sounds like our president of the legislature was spot on when he said that once we send out the notices for these meetings, then folks begin to remember that, hey, this is a priority, that we need to get it done. So I'm just going to ask, I mean, we have not had an update on this for as long as I have sat in this institution. So we plan to continue to have updates within the next year. We're going to hear from you again, so we expect to hear some improvements. We're going to go to the next Senator. I think Director O'Neill has something she wants to say.
Yes, Senator. So I just want to be clear, when you say drawdowns, what area you're talking about, because they're 2 different things. There's payroll, and then there's the vendor stuff. And they're not perfect. I'm just say that because I'm behind on payroll draws. And that's a problem for me, because that payroll is a significant cost, and I need my money back. So that is a problem, so we can address that as well.
Okay, so, and I hear you. So draws are draws, whether the transaction is a payroll transaction or is a vendor transaction. So there's no one here from the Department of Finance, but there is a clearance pattern, and perhaps you know what it is, Madam Director. I suspect it's 24 hours. That there's a clearance pattern approval that you go through with the Treasury. So the question that we have to beg, though, why does the Virgin Islands clearance pattern, why is the Virgin Islands clearance pattern 24 hours and not 72 hours? Because you know that we can apply to extend our clearance pattern for a little longer.
Right. I don't think payroll is 24. Payroll may actually be 72.
Yeah.
The vendor piece is 24.
Yeah, so that's an issue. But to your point, so you asked a good question. No one is here from finance. Oh, you brought up something good. So once the payment is made for the outside of payroll, the Department of Finance, what's that process? Let me just ask. I'm not sure who to ask, because it's an important question. So once the payment is made, well, actually, that's on your side now, Ms. Murphy, because the transactions are not going through DOF. They're going to you. So once you make the payment or issue the check for the vendor, then I'm certain that you send a file over to the respective department, and then they have to do the draw. So what's the challenge there?
Well, I think what Director O'Neill is talking about is really just the payroll reconciliation process, which is a little bit different than the drawdown. I think what she is just getting the whole reconciliation process completed timely so that we can reimburse the GVI local government more timely. The getting that reconciliation has been as much as it is more current now, but it has been as much as, has it 8 payrolls behind?
Oh, gosh. What?
Naibi Douglas, OMB. So yes, previously we used to be very far behind.
better.
But recent. Oh, can I go ahead? Oh.
Of course.
Oh, okay. So recently, for the last couple of months, with Ms. Henry as the lead, myself, and Department of Finance, we have been having collective meetings, which Ms. Henry has been leading, and we have kind of delved through all the steps and really pinpoint where the deficiencies were, and she came up with new procedures as well. Right now, it is a 24-hour requirement, and I think in one of our last meetings, we did speak about, at least Department of Finance did speak about maybe addressing and changing it to 72 hours so that we can meet the requirement. But with the new procedure that is set to start, I believe we're going to be hitting that. I can say for VIDE's payroll, we are more current than we previously were. And we're working through the issues with DHS. We had some issues when it comes to budget and the documentation and that. So they are not current, but we are up to yesterday. We have been in talks, and we're hoping to see improvement in that. I am the lead, particularly for OMB when it comes to the payroll part of it. And with the new persons that are hired, I believe the communication will improve, and we'll hope to see improvement shortly.
Okay, thank you for your response. Well, who's responsible for training? Because it sounds like we're having a training challenge.
I think they have regular meetings where the new payroll staff that has been hired by VIDE is currently being trained by mainly NIB.
And what
Douglas.
about human services?
And the VIDHS is, they have not, let me let them answer, but I think they've not totally had the appropriate number of staff in place in order for us to execute the training there.
And you know, we actually forget Department of Health. But yeah, we forgot Department of Health. But what's the amount of your federal dollars that's under the USDE? Or
Afternoon, Dr. Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner. Y'all don't laugh at me, it's a struggle. Total budget is 1.262640, and they've expended or drawn down 93% of that today.
so do you have challenge with DOH? Because I know some of your funds go through, whose funds go through Catholic Charities?
Our agent is Lutheran Social Services.
So you are Lutheran, yeah. That's
Yes.
okay. So you don't really have any challenges with Lutheran Social Services. Okay, so okay. So really, it's these two entities that are central government focus. All right, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. You know, it'll be very easy to point fingers and cast blame and be derogatory, but again, is how do we get this here moving? Because we could see we obviously have from September 1999. Then in August, 2006, the first TPFA vendor, Alvarez and Marshall. We don't know. Most likely they put things in place. 2009, we changed out. Basilio Carbon Associates, they put things in place. We changed out. They weren't good enough. We gone now with McConnell Jones LLP. For MJ, did you find things that those other agents had in place that were easy to piggyback off of, or what you can see consistency in movement? So by the time you leave, the 9 mandates that you're going after is your goal. But I'm curious to find out in regards to procurement processes, program planning and implementation, financial management, property management, and then we're going to get to the human capital. Have you seen improvement in the areas of procurement processes?
Absolutely. As interim.
Before you go on, 50%, give a percentage if based on when you came to, if you can. So they need to know the progress, but again.
Well, I think the fact that it was, if you exclude health, the specific conditions have gone down that have to be addressed from 24 to 9 automatically shows you some improvement. I don't know how to put a percentage on it,
okay,
but the SOPs are definitely in better shape than when we started. I will actually use DOF as an example. For example, there were a lot of SOPs. We went back with their assistance. They went back and updated them to make sure that what was contained in the SOPs was actually their management practice. And I don't have that in front of me, but it was about 14 or so SOPs. And I think they only have 3 that need to be currently updated. So that's significant. And I think we started going through that process with Commissioner Bruce, I'm going to say maybe a year and a half ago, maybe a year to a year and a half ago. And so there's definitely been significant improvements there. I think even with DPP.
1 minute.
Okay, so excuse me 1 second. So in regards to, again, the procurement processes, program planning and implementation, financial management, property management, we are looking at it for OMB, DOF, DPP, VIDE, VIDHS, and VIDOH. Each individual department, those procurement processes, program planning, and implementation, or is it one per
seconds.
entity? Each department has those things you have to look at.
Well, with the specific conditions, they were broad, and almost in every specific condition, each one of those agencies had a part to play. OMB's part would have been just general oversight and accountability. DPP had a part to play on the procurement-related SOPs, DOF on internal controls and the finance-related procedures. And so we've been working together to make sure that all of that has been getting done in concert with the agency.
And finally, when does your contract end?
Currently, November the 30th, the current contract, November the 30th, 2023.
Okay, 2023. So again,
and there's an extension, and there's a 1-year extension, option years thereafter.
You know, I was trying, like I said, Madam Chair, to find a different angle where you try to find the positives based on the things we're seeing done. It's mind blowing. You know, it's gonna make me grow hair. It's so difficult, but again, it's do we continue finding the fault and continue beating the entity, or do we try to find the lining, the silver lining, and try to help out? But again, 2023 coming. So again, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I have listened to the conversations today, and I'm not certain that I have heard any individual beating the testifiers as it relates to, you know, what's happening with the TPF and the compliance agreement. I think what we're doing today is just trying to figure out where things are, where we're going, and if there's anything that we can do from a legislative perspective, we are always here. So we ain't finding no fault. We just need progress, 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 and more progress. That's it. And part of our responsibility here as elected leaders, and particularly in this institution, one of the main things that we are responsible for is oversight. And our job is to take our oversight seriously. And the senator make me lose my train of thought, so I will go to the next senator. Senator Javon James. Okay, I'm not seeing Senator James right now. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chairwoman. I just want to say a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I really appreciate you being here to shed some light. I know in a previous Finance Committee meeting, I did have a question regarding the third-party fiduciary, and Mr. Smith over there was kind enough to enlighten us on what the status was, and I'm so happy that we're having a really deep dive into this issue, because it's very troubling to me that we would have 24 years. 24 years your child is looking to graduate out of college, and we still have a third-party fiduciary. I have worked with an agency that was with a third-party fiduciary, and so has the vice president of the legislature, and we came out on top, okay? And it didn't take us 24 years. So you have to be able to communicate, collaborate, as well as to find common ground. But I suspect, I want to ask a question relative to the caps, okay, that you have as your corrective action plan. This 24-hour drawdown is unrealistic. I'm going to tell you right now. That's an unrealistic expectation. There's no way when I worked for a federal agency that we were having 24-hour drawdowns. You have to be able to work within your level of expectations, knowing your field, and recommend those. Who recommended that as a corrective measure? Was it the third-party fiduciary?
No. Everything in this is Sharon Murphy with the third party, the TPFA. Everything in those specific conditions is a requirement by the U.S. Department of Education.
Well, it's going to be a bit unrealistic for us because we have already issues with personnel. It's a small island. And so those are things that we have to be able to let them know realistically. We are a very small population. We have a limited amount of people. Our bench isn't that deep. Okay, so those are some things that you have to be able to build a case and to show that this may not be applicable to the Virgin Islands. So, and the invoices, I'm looking at this other one with I think the vendor invoices from the agent. You're saying it has to be implement a guidance requiring that within 24 hours of receipt of vendor's invoice from the TPFA, staff must accept or reject the goods. 24 hours, the goods or service,
1 minute.
And if accepted, 2, the drawdown funds for the vendor payment for deposits into the separate bank accounts maintained by the TPFA. So are you saying there that they have to, this staff member of VIDE, VIDOH, and VIDS, they have to now implement, because we're talking about the implementation. We're talking about the SOPs. And I believe one of the consultants mentioned that we have the SOPs, is just the implementation. The implementation for the guidance. So you're requiring that within 24 hours of receipt of the vendor's invoice from the TPFA, the staff must accept or reject it. And they are doing all kind of other works because we have limited staff.
So are you asking about number 5?
I am asking about number 5 on page 4.
We've
I'm
asked
sorry,
for that.
I didn't say.
I'm sorry. We've asked for that to be for USDOE to reconsider that.
Okay, that's what I'm talking
Yes,
about. That's I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Yeah, because these are unrealistic expectations, and because we don't have staff, we are they're saying it all the time. Okay, we are not have sufficient qualified human beings to do the work here. And my next question, Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up with one final question. I know you said, Director, that you are monitoring these individuals who are the third-party fiduciary. how are you monitoring them? And I'm not talking about no meetings here, because I don't like to be all up in our meetings here and there. How are you monitoring? Are they sending you information either monthly, and you're seeing that they're meeting their specific contractual deliverables on time?
That's correct.
Okay.
Monthly.
Monthly. Okay, good. All right. And one final question. If they are not meeting it, what do you do? Or your staff does?
Oh, we have the conversations.
I
call Sharon, or I'm calling Mel.
Do you put it in writing?
In my office.
Do you put it in writing as well?
I say it first. If it's not corrected, then we go to the writing part. But I've never had to do that because there's immediate response.
So they're responsive. And finally, do all of the third-party fiduciary, you live and reside here in the Virgin Islands?
Half of us do,
Some.
half of us don't.
No, not all of them.
No, there are 3 are in the mainland, and the rest are here, including the SCM, which would be Naibi and Charlene.
So you are here on the ground?
Absolutely. That was one of our commitments. And 3, 4. We have about 4 more who are here who are locals. So there are only 3 that are not on island of the 7 that we have.
Okay, thank you kindly. I really appreciate that, because I have some challenges with human beings coming in here and eating all of our food, and then our people are starving. Okay, I do. We have a very poor population, and we have a lot of needs, and we can't afford to be paying $1.5 million, or how much it is, for the next 24 years. Thank you kindly, Madam. What, $2.5 million, right, every year, right? That's a lot of money, okay? And we have surmountable needs. It's a poor population. It's a very poor population, and Human Services should know that. Okay, thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
Okay, so thank you, Senator Joseph. I have to agree with you. So let's go back to the vendor invoices. And it goes back again to the clearance pattern. And the clearance pattern is an application. The invoices is one thing, but the clearance pattern is an application that the Department of Finance sends to Treasury and says, we want our clearance pattern to be whatever amount of hours it is. So some of it is us. We gotta look at these things and make the necessary adjustments. But realistically, I have to agree that I need to understand the breakdown. So when goods and services are received by our respective procurement offices, property offices, procurement offices, we have to show within 24 hours that we accept or reject the goods or services, correct?
Yes, ma'am, but we agree that it's impractical, and we have asked USDOE to look at extending or at least reworking that specific condition so that it's more manageable.
So, what I would like for y'all to ask USDE, and I hope that they're listening, is other school districts, are they required to have a 24-hour turnaround?
But they probably don't have an agent in place.
Well, yeah, but even if they don't have an agent in place, are they doing that? I mean, you don't have to answer. It's not a response. I'm just saying, because these are some of the issues that why we continue to be stuck in this situation. Because we have unrealistic expectations as far as clearances. I mean, even on the federal government, when goods and services are received, they don't turn around their payments in 24 hours. Unrealistic. But let me ask about the specific condition number 7, the TPF oversight for VID Department of Health grant funds. So the Department of Health has been under the Lutheran Social Services for ever, literally. And that's a condition, right? So what work are we doing with Department of Health as far as internal SOPs, etc., to move away from this particular arrangement? Is there a focus on DOH? And that's, I guess I have to ask the OMB director.
Yes,
or-
so we'll have Ms. Douglas respond.
Okay.
Naibi Douglas, OMB. So for that particular question, we recently had a meeting with USDOE, and they are very comfortable with the arrangement with LSS. The condition that's in the financial cap for the GVI is just that you have to utilize LSS to be the third party for Department of Health. And through that, if you notice in the letter that was sent last year, Department of Health was included in all of the conditions. They acknowledged that that was a mistake by USDOE, and they are now going to, well, the plan is for them to remove them out of all the individual ones and only leave 7. And like I said, they're very comfortable with LSS, the quality of the documentation that they're getting. So that one, we're actually, all we're doing is reporting the summary of the financials, and that is sufficient for USDOE. In your previous question, when you talked about condition number 5, we have continuously, probably in the last 5 caps, challenged that condition. The goal was, in the next letter, we might see a change. I have to provide one more piece of documentation, and they might remove that condition out of us being required, because that is not our process. So it has been, we did our due diligence, and we have reported that we're challenging it. And I actually got an email today stating one more piece of documentation, and that one is set to probably come off shortly.
Okay, so let's go back to LSS. So, Commissioner Sims, we pay LSS out of against grant funds or local funds?
Is Dr. Baumann on the line? I'll have Dr. Baumann respond.
We can't really see who's on the line. It's an important question that needs to be answered, because
I know the amount is 32,000, but I'll figure out exactly what fund is being used.
And the reason why I'm saying that is, I don't know that the federal government is within their right to say that you have to go with LSS. I mean, I know that we've been going with LSS for many, many years. But not that I have an issue with it, but I'm trying to understand, if you have a $1.2 million grant, we are here with LLS, why is that still a condition? Then remove it. Then that condition should be removed. If they are good with LSS and good with how DOH, Department of Health in particular, VIDOH is managing their funds, then this should not be a finding. Ms. Douglas.
Okay, so like previously, that was part of one of our goals, is to challenge and see, and that's how we kind of got the conditions removed. But what we have to remember is not just a finding. A lot of these things are just practices that we have to continue. All of the previous 20-odd conditions that we say are removed, they're removed from us responding to them, but not that we should not be doing what they say. So again, the one with the LSS, we ask that if it's just to utilize LSS, that we have a contract. Why is it? That is also on our agenda, to continuously ask them to allow us to remove it off of the official documentation and just continue. So it's all part of the plan to continuously fight with you. I don't want to say fight, but challenge USDOE to remove the things that you know that we are continuously doing from the documentation.
Okay, so but we really need to know whether this 32,000 is coming off the top of our grant, or we're using local dollars to pay this. Because if we're using local dollars, we need to revisit this.
It is grant fund, Senator.
So it's grant fund, so it's coming off at the top.
Yes.
So are you using your indirect cost money to pay this, or how are you paying it?
We do. We use the indirect cost funds, but like Ms. Douglas said, we've incorporated so many of the different things to include KPIs to measure and track that we're just looking forward for them to say, okay, we are pleased with the process and the quarterly reporting, and it's no longer required.
Yeah, because if you choose to utilize an external entity to do your $1.2 million, that's on you.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be finding. All right.
And if I may, I'm so sorry, Senator, the 1.2 was really for the COVID timeframe. They really hover around 800 and maybe 20,000 for that grant.
Oh my goodness.
They just got that bump for the COVID.
So how you get 32,000 then?
That 1.2 was the amount that they previously got. That was COVID extension.
Okay.
But their regular grant receipts are about 820,000.
That makes sense. So the COVID dollars increase the payment too, because
Yes.
if you're asking them to manage more funds, then you have to pay more. Okay,
Yes, Senator.
understood.
Yes.
All right, so let's make sure that this number 7 is removed. This has been a fight for many, many years, and it shouldn't be here. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all. We've been designated by the U.S. Department of Education as a high-risk grantee for almost a quarter of a century. And when I was reading Director O'Neill's testimony, it just kind of hit me. 1999, I have a son that was born in 1999, and he is almost 25. So we have had that status for almost a quarter of a century. And I was curious as to whether or not there is precedence for something like this, for us to have, for any entity, any public sector entity to have this high-risk status or designation for such a protracted period of time. So I don't know who would be the appropriate person to respond to that question.
Senator, I don't know if there's precedent. I do know that BOC and VIPD have also been under consent decree for quite a number of years. It's been a very long time as well. So I think the problem with us, we get on these things and then we kind of just have been clearly doing the bare minimum, and so we can't get off. And we're trying to reverse that now with everything that we're doing. So I don't want it to be, it will not, let's put it that way. Not that I don't want it to be, it will not be continuing, at least not under our collective watches. We will do whatever is necessary to get off of this.
But what has changed over the years that would make you feel confident that something different is happening and that we're going to yield a different result?
So I'll tell you, from when we came in and when I came on in 2019, we had a different agent at that point, and things were just done differently. Now there's been a significant change, not just in who the agent is and the way that they perform and behave and the things that they do, but also within the departments and the responses that we get. There's been more of an effort to actually participate in meetings, to actually try to make changes. Yes, we fight sometimes, but there has been more collaboration happening. More people are paying attention to the fact that they actually have a part in this. There are a number of departments that in 2019 would tell you, we don't have any part of that. That's education. That's not the case anymore. We are all owning our part in this and actually taking the steps to correct.
And you feel a sense of urgency?
I feel a sense of urgency when we have those meetings. I see the changes happening. I see a lot of things that have come out of DPP, for instance, that makes me think and believe that, yes, we are on the right track.
One of the questions, I know you want to say something. I'll give you an opportunity to say something. But let me get this out first. One of the requirements, it's saying that TPFA reviews requisitions, process vendor payments, blah, blah, blah. The last item here provides technical assistance to the OMB,
30 seconds.
SCM staff, and the VIDE, VIDHS grant staff to ensure they build capacity to oversee USDOE grant funds independently. So I'm just zeroing in on the capacity building part, and how does that look as far as the TPFA doing that or imparting, those the technical assistance so that these folks can be independent in terms of overseeing the federal program.
So Mr. Waite, you can go ahead and respond because that is mostly you.
Well, I wanted to, excuse me, I
You
wanted to
can answer
clarify.
the senator's question and then clarify the other.
Okay, I wanted to clarify. Well, I want to clarify the first part when it's the Virgin Islands itself that is high risk. When you go back and look at the single audits every year, they give opinions, basically the particular CFDAs or grants that are being audited, and on the back page they'll say, is the auditee, which is the government of the Virgin Islands, qualified? So it's not just VIDE. I want to make that clear, that the Virgin Islands itself has a problem. And I think that this body or the GVI has to pay attention to that, because just as VIDE has a third party, it's possible if you don't get the rest of the Virgin Islands out of this, there could be more third parties coming. So I think that what actually has to happen, if we go back to how we got a third party in the first place, that the U.S. government, from this document, gave the Virgin Islands 3 years to fix everything. And they did not, and there were consequences available, and they chose the third party. Now, and that's called accountability. So the question gets back to, what is the GVI doing to hold these agencies accountable, as rather than talk about the cost of a third party? Because you have people in each of these agencies that are getting paid, and the cost of those salaries are higher than the cost of the third party. And so I think these are the kind of things that this body has to look at so we can move forward. And the key gets to be, and I haven't seen this, but I don't know that the government body has put any timelines on any of the agencies that are not performing. So I think that is the direction that that you need to go, is to establish some accountability, meaning consequences. You see, the fees for the third party is a consequence of not doing what you're supposed to do, and that is called accountability. And I think that that's what this body needs to do as well, is set up some timelines, and for some things, if those timelines aren't met, then there has to be consequences.
Thank you for your response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Do you have another question? What's your name again? What is your? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I have to agree with you 1,000% that accountability matters. And this is why, we see many times that our OMB director becomes a little animated, because it becomes frustrating, and accountability has to be put in place, and monitoring, what gets monitored gets done. It's just the bottom line. And I have to say though that in 2019, when the federal government said, hey, you guys are not doing what you're supposed to, your systems were not in place. So we used to have a system called, I forget, the ERP? Or is Munis?
No,
I can't remember.
It was FMS.
FMS, yes.
Yeah.
And that was like, we had all these carbonated paper, and then we moved to the ERP, the Munis system.
Right.
And, but that was not the only issue. Correct. So let me ask this question. Do we still have that, this is for the procurement acting commissioner, we still have that 25-step procurement process in place? Because that was a big part of the problem.
Lisa Alejandro, Acting Commissioner. Senator, no, we have worked to reduce some of the processes, particularly in the payment process section. Again, delegating authority to the agencies such as DPW to process those payments on construction processes because, of course, they are the one that determine whether or not services were done. So we have worked diligently really to remove a lot of those processes and as well as adding the electronic integration as well.
So do you have a flow that shows what your your steps are right now?
We do, Senator.
And is there any way you could share with us?
Absolutely.
What our number is?
Yes.
How many?
So, Senator, that was a part of us rolling out the new, the revised procurement manual that incorporated not just the general changes for GVI, but also incorporating those steps that were necessary within the Department of Education as well.
All right. Thank you for your response. Senator Fonseca. Oh, actually, Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized. I think I had it the wrong way. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. Yeah, Senator Fonseca, I made an error the first time. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to the listening audience and all the testifiers. Well, sir, you know, I looking at this report here, right? You know, I got a brother is an orthopedic surgeon here. He only been here about 5 times for the year. The third party fiduciary been here 42 times for the year. You know, this is kind of like personal to me because I actually served on this third party fiduciary back in the days when I was with the government. And you know, I don't like to use big word, but I'm going to use a big word today is a specification of impossibility. And if you look at page 4, number 5, vendor invoices from agents, it's saying the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Health, Human Services must develop and implement guidance requiring that within 24 hours of receipt of a vendor invoice from the third party, must accept or reject the goods, and if accepted, draw down the funds for the vendor payment for deposit into a separate bank account. That is a specification of impossibility. You know, we paying $2.5 million to this group, right? We as Virgin Islanders, right? You know, one thing I grew up being, I'm proud of being a Virgin Islands, we got the best of everything. You know, if you look at the history of the Virgin Islands, once we put our mind to it, we can do it. I go tell you a true story. And being a senator, right, we get immunity. But I gonna tell you the truth. A few years ago, right, I had met with the third party fiduciary agreement, one of the people. And he had told me he wanted us to finish this agreement, this meeting quick in OMB, because his wife was out on the beach and he wanted to go down Megan's Main Street to shop for liquor. So you see, what is happening here, right, is they're telling us here, you know, there's been substantial improvements, but they can't release us until everything has been satisfied and we've assured an extended period of being in compliance. But the documentation is improved. There is a situation where we are improving. We've gone on from 25 to 9. You know, it is time for us to be released from these, you know, specifications of impossibility. We need to be released. We are showing progress. Yes, there is still some progress to be made, but that $2.5 million that we spending, the OMB director has testified that we need additional staffing. That $2.5 million over the 24 years or what it is a lot of money, buku money. Okay, we need to be released from these items. We are showing progress. I am sure that nobody has gone to jail over
30
the
seconds.
issues that have been. Madam Chair, can I be allowed to finish? Oh, 30 seconds. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are making progress. We have good folks here. You know, we have you know, very good people. We got people working hard. Release us from these specifications of impossibility. Let us use that 2.5 million so we can hire additional staff, get the additional things in order. We have made progress.
Time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Give me 1 second, Senator Joseph. I'm going to go to the next speaker and then I'll come back to you. Is it germane to what the senator was saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. To the third-party fiduciary individuals, the question I want to know, what exactly do you guys do in regards to giving guidelines or assisting the department with making sure that at some point they get from under this fiduciary situation? Because 24 years is a long time.
I agree with you, especially when you're on your third party. So again, there has to be some internal review as to what's going on, because this is a third party. And but anyway, what we do on a daily basis, our job is primarily to make sure everything is in compliance.
Okay.
And what we do is we look at all the transactions that come through that have been approved by various members of the Department of Education. Then when it gets to us, we turn it over to the SCM, because what our actual plan is, by the way, is to remove the third party by having the SCM take place. Okay, they would take our place and we would go, because there would still be some oversight, but that would reduce the fees ideally. But anyway, as we see errors, we advise the Department of Education what the errors are, what the corrections need to be. To that end, since you asked that question, within the last 3 years, there has been some outside training that the Department of Education has gone to the graduate school, and they've also gone to another provider called Brewstein and Manisvet. And within those 3 years, they spent $412,000 in grant management training. So they are getting training as well. And what we do is make sure that the training that they've received, that they are interpreting the CFRs in the correct way.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sitting here and listening to all the questions and everyone so far, and I'm processing two different things in my thought process. I'm processing from our side as a government, through the department, we might have and continuously dropped the ball in trying to get this resolved. But I'm also thinking from the other perspective that money's a very interesting thing, and sometimes people are going to prolong things just to guarantee that monies is flowing in a specific direction.
1 minute.
So I'm not saying that's the case, but I always look at things from two sides of the coin. And my biggest concern is, what is the realistic timeline? If we actually were to do all what we needed to do, what do you think would be a realistic timeline for us to be completely out from under this third-party fiduciary situation?
Well, I would actually go back to the compliance agreement, where the compliance
30 seconds.
They gave 3 years to get out from under there. However, we're not trying to be here a long time. That's when we made our first presentation, that we want to work ourselves out of a job. Okay, and that's what we're trying to do here. But the U.S. Department of Education is the one that makes that decision. They get a CAP report every quarter. So they see the progress that's going on, and that's why some of the things have been removed. But the U.S. Department of Education will have to answer that for you.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask one final question, please? Thank you. We're talking about grant monies for our children, basically in their education. And I want to know one thing. Does the Department of Education keep track, data-wise, of all the grant monies that came in versus what have been returned? And how do you try to mitigate future issues so that those problems do not occur?
Pimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner. Yes, Senator. The department keeps track annually of funds that are returned to the U.S. Department of Education. We normally look at reasons why the funds are returned. In most cases, training takes place. If we have to go back and look at any policies or procedures that need to be updated as a result, we do that. But we do take a look internally as to why funds have been returned to try to mitigate that not happening in the future.
Okay. Well, thank you for the additional time.
Did that satisfy your? No. You said it.
Yes and no, because my biggest thing is you telling me you have training, but it keeps happening. So you could have all the training in the world, but when you do identify these are the issues, what do you do about it outside of just training? Are people held accountable? Because there are situations where people have dropped the ball. And I've heard where people have just been shifted from agency to agency. And how do you make people responsible to know that this is our children's lives? We have to pay attention to what is happening with these funds. So that is what I would like to get a little bit more, extended information on. Thank you.
So, Senator Gregory, if I may, Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Senator Heiliger. Francis Heiliger, I totally agree with you. Upon coming into this seat, we've had several meetings with the districts, and one of the things that I realize is that having that accountability piece to ensure that the districts understand that's where the money is. The money is in the districts. So to understand that it's important that timelines be set up, spending plans be produced. We have a tracking system that activity tracker. I need to know where things are. We have money that's being, that has to be expended by September. Where are we with that? So I've been doing regular checkups because that was not happening before. I even mentioned to Mr. Smith when I sat in the seat as superintendent, I remember you calling us into a room and we had to sit down and we had to spend the funds. We had to go back to some of the things that were working. And I find that individuals don't feel that they're responsible for money being sent back, but they are. And they have to account for that money. And so that's the message that I have been giving to all my people, because it can't continue to happen. In addition to that, one of our issues is that we're so far behind in grant funding spending that what was probably written in the grant doesn't any longer apply to where we are. So we're having to do consistent revision so that it's applicable to where the student population is today. So that's another layer that we are trying to correct, because my goal is to have us out of special conditions and also to be on the current grant year. That makes a big difference in our success in expending those funds.
Thank you for the additional information.
Thank you, Commissioner Wells, for your response. So based on the discussion that we're hearing today regarding return funds, what is so that's a programmatic issue. So from the third-party fiduciary perspective, part of their responsibility, I hope, is to ensure that funds are not being returned to the federal government. So within the past 4 years, how much money have we seen returned to the federal government due to lack of expenditures?
I don't have that information on
The
right
Federal
now,
Grants Office
but we
have
can
it.
definitely
Sir,
get that to you.
1 second. The Federal Grants Office, Mr. Smith has that information. He should know.
I have I don't have the last 4 years, Senator. I could get that information.
What do you have?
The last year that ended September 30th, 2022, the amount that was returned, $3,086,518.92.
And do you have 2021?
No, I do not. I can get that information for you, however.
Okay, so we're going to have probably another, what my colleague will call it, an alibi. We'd like to get that information. Please send it up. $3.8 million. $4 million has been returned in 2022. And that was for what grant?
$3,086,000.
Oh, $3 million.
Yeah.
And what grant was that for? That's a consolidated?
Consolidated grant, our CARES 1 grant, our special education grant.
Tell me no to special education. So you have special education funds that were returned?
Yes, Senator.
So, Ms. Murphy, how are you going to assist the department with mitigating the return of funds? Because there was a time, and Mr. Smith could attest to that, that we were not returning funds to the federal government. Dribblings of, if a shipping comes in short, then you send back $150 or something like that, but not $3 million. So I'm not sure what happened in between that time that we sending back $3 million. We sending back $3 million. Are we paying $2.5 million to a third party? We got to balance this. You have something to say, Ms. O'Neill?
Senator, that is the responsibility of the department. We traditionally have had an issue with the department waiting until the absolute last minute to try to commit the funds. And then they don't get it spent, or they purchase a bunch of stuff that's not necessary.
So
we have a problem that we need to address. That's not the problem of the third party to address any monies going back.
So let me ask you, Director O'Neill.
We got to fix that.
So is it your testimony, I don't know what the contract says, I haven't drilled down into it, that the third party is just transactional?
They are
right now?
oversight. They encourage, but they can't force the department to spend. So they have meetings, and I know I'm aware of these meetings where they talk and say these things are expiring. The reports are there. It's on the thing.
No, understood. Understood. So the third party, do you go into the districts in particular, because the majority of the funds that are in education are within the district. So are you providing any support directly in the districts?
I would say yes. And I think the other thing that we...
What do you mean you would say yes?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes. And the other
How?
thing that we have begun to do is to look at the spending plans, because it typically is an annual number for the grant, is to break those spending plans down monthly and encourage people to, you want to spend your funds on the front end as best you can of a grant, because the students need and the schools need those goods and services as early as possible.
Okay, so let me ask this question of education then. Do you have program monitors?
Yes, we do.
And what are they doing?
They're working with the districts to ensure that they're spending, but again, these grants are way behind in the years. And so what's happening is they got to go back to USDE for revisions. And in our last technical assistance meeting, USDE said, don't come with any revisions now because we're approving the new CGA. So again, timing and having things in place that meet where we are, that's where I try to get them to while they're spending this money. And so this has not been a problem that we're seeing today. This is a long-standing problem that we are now taking and chipping away so that we can get our districts on task on the current year. So it's going to take time. So I am not one to pass the buck. I own it. And because I'm sitting in this seat, I will own it. However, that accountability piece is what I'm not playing with. Because again, the districts have to spend the money allocated for whatever it is that they're providing, whether it's goods, services, or purchase services. And so that's where we are. And so those spending plans, Senator, those activity trackers are what we use,
to see how much money is expended every week, where we are, if it's a JL, if we're waiting for a revision, if we're waiting for a budget to be online. That's what we use. I would be happy to share that with you. That's a system that we put in place to track the expenditure of the money.
So I'm going to ask another question because I hear you, but I have to ask this question.
Sure.
So when you submit your CGA, when is your CGA due?
It's already gone.
No, I'm trying to ask, when is the CGA due? That's the
April, Senator.
April.
So it's due in April. And the grant period for April CGA is when?
October 1 to
October
September
1.
30th.
Traditionally, when do you receive the approval of the CGA from the federal government?
I would say we get a grant award right before September.
So you've been getting your grant awards on time?
Yes, Senator.
So you've been getting your grant awards on time?
Because we have been submitting the applications on time.
On time. So
Right.
you submit your application in April, and you've been seeing your award by September.
Correct.
So what is the problem? 3 years. Yeah, so
exactly.
If the program managers that I asked about, are they in the districts or they on the state level?
The monitoring and compliance are on the state level.
So you don't have program monitors. So tell us what a district looks like right now.
I'll let
As
Ms.
far
Henry
as
speak to the program monitor.
Federal,
Yeah.
as far as how the federal funds are expended. Who's responsible?
So in the district, Senator, we have a federal grants unit that is traditionally, I would think it's staffed with about 15 persons. Some have oversight over the consolidated grant process, others over the ARPA funds. Those persons are responsible for doing all the requisitions and inputting of purchase services, whatever it is for the district. Now, I feel that the disconnect is in the timely processing as well as the multiple grant year funding. And I say that to say when I came in, they were spending from ARPA, for example, which expires in 2024, and grants that were expiring right that year were not being touched. And so streamlining and getting people to see first come, first in, first out, that used to be a rule in federal grant spending. Where did that go? And putting those systems back in place is what we're doing.
Okay, but you said there's a team. So the district has a
team of 15
federal
persons.
grants manager, whatever that title is, I don't know.
Yes.
So who's a respective federal grants person on each district?
So in St. Thomas is Tisha Leonard for the consolidated grant application, and for the ARPA fund, it's Jamila Haynes. And
Jamila
Kears.
Haynes, okay.
And then in St. Croix, I believe that person is Karen Blake for consolidated. And is she working on ARPA as well? Consolidated. So Tajel Rose has been the one overseeing the CARES funding and ARPA funding.
So are you still experiencing challenges, or are you experiencing challenges where you order items from vendors and it takes 9-10 months? Because it's just important to put it on the record.
Sure.
Where you order, let's say, give me an example of something you order. Computers. Let's say computers, right? And you order them and it takes 9 months, 10 months for them to be received. When they're received, some are missing. You're right on the cups of the obligation/expenditure period, and then you find yourself losing the funds because of that. So
yes. So
are
we've
you
had
still
some
experiencing
of
that?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. So, but it also means that the items need to be ordered because you have a 2-year. You have the first year to obligate, second year to expend.
Liquidate. Yes.
Right. Liquidate. So so are we still seeing instances where we're liquidating, where we're obligating in this second year?
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes, most definitely.
So what is the state office of federal grants doing to mitigate that sort of thing?
So they go out and they sit with the programs to go over where they are with their spending, using the same activity tracker that the commissioner was speaking about. And if there are any bottlenecks that are identified, then it's a responsibility to also figure out how we can get things moving forward. Whether it's something that we need to call and deal with procurement, or another one of the areas within the Department of Education, or even external. But sometimes there are bottlenecks where documents and things sit, and so that oversight and working with the programs to ensure that things are constantly moving is what is.
In addition, one thing I just remembered, Senator Gregory and colleagues, non-pubs. So again, the non-pub balances are very high.
So explain to the public when you say non-pubs.
So the Department of Education has oversight over the allocations that are given to the non-public schools as well. And so the function of the Department of Education is to conduct consultations with the non-pubs in terms of what they would like that money to be expended on. And there have been challenges reported from both sides, from the non-pub side as well as internally in terms of the communication piece. So I've said to both districts that your people have to go and physically visit the non-pubs. If you have documented and have evidence to show that you have tried to reach out to the non-pubs at least 3 times, then we can proceed to take that funding. But you have to do your due diligence to get into the schools to do those consultations. And so they're going out and they're doing that. So I'm hoping that relationship gets bridged a little bit, and so that the non-pubs know they have a responsibility as well to meet the department so that we could get this money expended and so they could get whatever services they need for their children in their respective schools. So that's also part of the high balances that we have and that the districts are working on as well.
Thank you for your responses, Commissioner. I know that you get it. You get it, so we expect to see significant improvement with what's happening with the federal funds in the VID as far as the obligations/expenditures. Colleagues, we need to take a break. Oh, sorry. I forgot Senator Joseph, but before I let her go, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a recess in a few minutes, and then we're going to come back and we're going to allow our senators to ask Mr. President uses this term, alibi, one burning alibi. One burning question we'll allow when we return. So Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, I had a point of inquiry, and it was from questions that were asked from my fellow Bavonian, but he didn't really ask a question. He was making some statements. I looked at how much we were paying the third-party fiduciary, and we've been paying them $2.5 million from since when? Since 1999?
No, 2006.
2006. How many? My question is, how many deficiencies were they, specific conditions were they working on? Because now we have 9 specific conditions. Why are we paying them 2.5 still? And the number has been reduced. That's my question.
Okay, so Senator, it's not that's not how it works, unfortunately. As much as we would like to say that, that's really not how it works. And it's not been 2.5. It was actually in excess of $3 million, closer to 4 at different points over the years. This TPFA is 2.3 million, which is significantly reduced from what it used to be even when I came in 2019. This agent has brought us from the 25 that I met in 2019 and helped us get to the 9 that we have today. They're the ones responsible for a lot of it in helping us get to where we are and continuing to work with us to get us there. In addition, this agent is responsible for managing not just the regular grant funds that's received from USDOE, but a lot of the other money, the CARES Act and the APA, the 100 plus 300 now plus $1 million is what this TPFA is managing compared to the roughly 100 million that others manage in prior years. So the entity is doing what they're supposed to do. They've shown and helped us to make significant progress with the specific conditions.
I just wanted to ask, is their contract also available on the website, or is it with their performance measures and the deliverables?
Their contract, it should be on DPP's website as every other contract, yes.
Okay, as well as their performance measures and deliverables.
That part, I don't think that's not a part of the contract.
Okay, so Ms.
Senator Joseph, we're going to take a recess. Are we going to double back, okay? We're going to take a recess. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record, and what we're going to do is allow, if you have a burning question, I think most of my colleagues have said that they don't have a burning question. Senator, Mr. President has one burning question. You may proceed, Mr. President. And I think I'm seeing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, I think that we have had a very good discussion this afternoon in regards to this particular issue. I just wanted to ask Ms. Murphy if you could just conclude, based on everything that's been discussed here today, in regards to some of the challenges that you're experiencing from where you sit as the third party fiduciary. What are the challenges? What keeps you up at night regarding this responsibility that you have here currently?
I think that, first of all, I'm going to start with the positives, if that's okay. I think we started our contract in December 2020, and when we started the contract, GVI had 25, including the Department of Health, specific conditions. I feel very proud that we, in conjunction with OMB and the SCM, VIDE, VIDHS, DOF, DPP, and DPP, that we have gotten those, at least the conditions that have to be responded to, down from 25 to 9. And I think that is a better achievement, a better accomplishment than you've realized, certainly since the requirement for the TPFA started. And so I think that we are working together a lot better collaboratively. And I just want to say that what still needs to be done, I think really, as Melvin Waits, our project director, indicated, a lot of it really is the accountability piece. Certainly you need to staff all your key positions and make sure that everybody is fully trained. The third party is available to augment training and to provide technical assistance on, for example, on transactions that are where there may be a gray area. But in all honesty, the agencies are really supposed to be knowledgeable of 2 CFR Part 200 and 34 Edgar themselves. It is really until you institutionalize that knowledge yourselves, because what is going to happen when the third party goes away? There will be no individuals in its stead to provide that technical assistance. So the best thing to happen is that training needs to be instilled and ingrained in all of the individuals that are supposed to be performing those functions right now. And the managers and the directors and the commissioners that are over those departments actually need, as Melvin indicated, they need to hold their staff responsible. I mean, that needs to take place, and we've really been saying that ever since we got the contract. I think payroll has been a burning issue with me. That keeps me up at night, mainly because of the amount of funds that the local government has advanced. It's just, I know many times that GVI's local funds are tight. And so when we can turn those funds around in a matter of days. And so when that payroll is not processed and reconciled so that we can reimburse the agency so that they can get the money back into the general fund coffers, and I talk about that every single month for the most part on our steering committee calls. And so that needs to be corrected immediately, not just so much it needs to be done because it needs to be done, but just because of your cash flow. It needs to be done. And so there needs to be basically a cash flow model set up so that the Department of Finance can is also asking for that money. It should not just be the third party saying this needs to be done. I think the timely payment of vendors and making certain we review all of the requisitions for accuracy, and I think your accuracy rate right now for VIDE and VIDHS is around 85, 88%. And we send a report out on Tuesdays and Thursdays of every single week. And so again, when we're gone, basically, who's going to be sending that back? Actually, our goal, we talked about those performance measures and those key what do we think the rate should be? Our rate said about 97%. Actually, the U.S. Department of Education said that we should not be sending anything back. When you send something to us for approval, it should be correct. And right now, it's not always. And I realize part of it may be because there's a gray area on how we are interpreting the regs, but we've got to get to the point together where when everything that we get, we're just check and moving on and paying it. And so that paying vendors timely, we get requests as to why vendors have not been paid for whatever reason, and so that has to be done because you've got to have a good constant flow of vendors basically to perform the services that you can't perform here on island yourself. Appropriate internal controls. And so you asked me for, and so I won't go on, but those things are outlined in Director O'Neill's testimony, those management practices that we still feel like need to be addressed, whether they need to be addressed by VIDE, VIDHS, DOF, or DPP. And so those are the main things that when those points are cleared, we will be very satisfied that we're ready to go, and you can feel very assured that you can manage on your own with some oversight from either the SCM or at least some of the other agencies.
Thank you for your responses, and thank you, Senator.
Indirect. Oh, one more thing. And then your indirect cost rate is not, we were just chatting about that. The indirect cost rate is not high enough. I do not understand why your indirect cost rate is so low. And so that's how you help to pay for the administrative assistance that helps to manage the grants. And so that is, thank you, Mel. That's another key point that we've really been trying to help with or trying to address since we've started the contract. Thank
Awesome.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that very important question. We're going to wrap up. There is no doubt that there has been significant work done. I'm just hearing that 25 of the, there were 25 findings or 25 conditions, and we're down to 9. Says that we're well on our way to moving away from this. And Director O'Neill, in 6 months, we're bringing you back here.
Yes, ma'am. 6
months. We're going to bring you back here because we believe that based on the conversation that we're hearing, that y'all are well on your way. So I feel encouraged that we are truly moving in the right direction. So we just have to hold our commissioners accountable. So I know that you are a commissioner in your own right, and you're not necessarily in charge of them, but you need to take the message back to the chief executive that, you know, the commissioners need to be held accountable in the areas where they're falling short on this. So we're going to allow and the indirect costs in 6 months, we're going to discuss that because that continues to be an issue. So Commissioner Director O'Neill, we're going to allow a 30-second closing. So, you know what? I believe that Senator James just came. All of my colleagues are trying to move this along. Senator James, we're going to allow you a burning question because we've already closed our 4-minute round. A burning question.
No, thanks.
All right, you're welcome. So we're going to close. Director O'Neill, you are allowed to make your closing statement for the entire team.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory, and to the members of the committee for having all of us here today to speak on the progress, the significant progress we have made with the compliance agreement for U.S. Department of Education. We will be glad to be back in 6 months and speak to the removal of additional specific conditions. And by then, too, we should have our audits completed and new rates for indirect costs as well. So we look forward to being able to report again in 6 months with some more positive news. Thank you very much on behalf of the team and all my OMB staff, finance staff, and Health, Human Services, DPP, MJ, and VIDE. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the hard work. I see why sometimes you become a little frustrated. So thank you again, and the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 1 minute to allow the testifiers to vacate and the new testifiers to come forward so we can hear the one bill that's before us. Stand in recess.
can't get you out my mind. spend with you. I'm so sorry that I broke your heart to pieces.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the item in block number 3?
Block number 3, Bill number 350012, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement person. Invited testifiers are Major General Kojo S. Knox Limbacher, Adjutant General, VI National Guard, and Honorable Jennifer O'Neill, Director, VI Office of Management and Budget. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 35, that's 0012? Senator DeGraff, you're recognized. Please recognize the senator's mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Bill 35-0012, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension. Madam Chair, this bill seeks to increase the retirement pension from $100 per month to $200 per month. The Virgin Islands National Guard members would have to spend 20 years in the National Guard, and before they can collect a pension, they would have to wait until they make 60 years old. So if you join the Guards at 18, 38, then you got to wait till 60. The wisdom of my colleagues in around, I think in the 80s, 1982, passed a bill to give, when you garner the age of 55 to 59 and 364 days, they pay you $100 a month at that time, up to now, where you make the $100 a month just for that 5 years, and then when you make 60, you collect a pension from the federal government. This bill seeks to increase that $100 to $200, and in consultation with the general, it can be doable, and going forward, we can see it happen. Incidentally, I would just like to put on the record also that May 9th, 1985 was when I joined the National Guard, and which is incidentally today 38 years ago, and I did 23 years. So again, as a Guard member and a fellow veteran, I think it can be done, and it's for a 5-year period, so it isn't into perpetuity. So I thank you for the time, and I hope my colleagues will support this endeavor for the National Guard members. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. The testifiers that's before us is the Honorable Jennifer O'Neill. My mic is on. The Honorable Jennifer O'Neill, the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, who have spent the entire day with us, and Major General Kojo Knox Limbacher, the Adjutant General of the Virgin Islands National Guard. Ms. O'Neill, I'm going to ask you to put your name and title on the record.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, I'm Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
All right, and Major Limbacher, Major General Knox Limbacher, please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Senators. This is Major General Kojo Knox Limbacher, the Commander of the Virgin Islands National Guard.
Thank you. Ms. O'Neill, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0012, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension. As currently enacted, the reference law provides that every member and officer of the National Guard of the Virgin Islands commencing at age 55 shall receive a pension of $100 per month for 20 years of military service. The requirements for the pension are that each member or officer shall have served and qualified for at least 20 years military service in a federally recognized unit of the National Guard or in a regular component of the armed services of the United States. You should have at least 15 years of service as a member or officer of the National Guard of the Virgin Islands, and the final or last 10 years of service immediately prior to retirement shall have been in the Virgin Islands National Guard, and they should have received an honorable discharge from the Virgin Islands National Guard. Bill number 35-0012 proposes amending the law to increase the retirement pension for the National Guard from $100 to $200 per month. Increasing the retirement pension would require a correlating increase to the miscellaneous project National Guard Pension Fund under the Office of the Adjutant General's budget appropriation. In fiscal year 22, $95,747 was allotted to the pension fund, of which $80,000 was expended, and in fiscal year 23, $60,000 has been budgeted. At the 6-month mark of this fiscal year, $26,900 of the $60,000 has been expended. At this rate, we project that $53,800 of the $60,000 that was budgeted will be expended by the end of the year, and assume that any increased payments will be able to be paid from the remaining funds if this measure were to take effect in this fiscal year. As you may be aware, OMB is finalizing the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget, and that line item for the pension fund has been budgeted again at $60,000. To account for the proposed increase from $100 to $200, the budget for the pension fund would need to be increased to at least $108,000. When analyzing these proposed measures, there are always a number of factors that would need to be taken into consideration, including the availability of funds. In this particular case, the increase would be minimal in the sum of $48,000. In consideration of that, along with the significant sacrifice that members of our Virgin Islands National Guard and their family members make over a 20-year career, I support the proposal in Bill number 35-0012 to increase the retirement pension and recommend increasing the budget for the National Guard Pension Fund line item to accommodate this increase. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony on Bill number 35-0012, and I remain available to answer any questions that this body may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. We'll now hear from Major General Knox Limbacher. You may proceed.
Good day, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature Committee on the Budget, Appropriations, Finance, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Vice Chairman Honorable Norvell E. Francis, Jr., Committee Members Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Honorable Dwayne M. DeGraff, Honorable Ray Fonseca, Honorable Javon E. James, Sr., all non-committee members present in the Senate chambers, and the general public viewing and listening locally as well as abroad. Thank you for the opportunity to provide written testimony for Bill number 35-0012 to increase the National Guard retirement pension. I am Major General Kojo Knoxenbecker, the Adjutant General and the Commander of the Virgin Islands National Guard. It's an honor and privilege to provide a written testimony in support of Bill number 35-0012, Act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement for the National Guard to increase the retirement pension. The bottom line up front. I commend the government of the Virgin Islands for the monthly $100 payments paid to the National Guard gray area retirees from age 55 to 60. I fully support increasing it to $200 and recommend it be increased to $300 to meet the original intent of this bill. Context: $100 in 1982, when the bill was originally passed, is equal to $320.87 in 2023 per the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis inflation calculator. The Virgin Islands Army and Air Guard soldiers and airmen' primary job is to fight and win our nation's wars, while defending the homeland and our way of life. As our service members are called to serve routinely in the territory over the span of their 20 years plus careers to reach retirement eligibility, the geographic location of our 4 non-contiguous islands making up the Virgin Islands creates unique challenges, all hazards, as well as workforce challenges for our guardsmen to support. Our territory's undermanned medical support personnel, public works personnel, and fire and emergency services and local and federal law enforcement agencies lead to routine requests from support for the Virgin Islands National Guard within our territory. In 1973, the draft for military service ceased after the Vietnam War. This began an era of an all-volunteer military serving today. Our local Army and Air National Guard men and women who make up the all-volunteer total force continue to deploy in support of the combatant commanders' requirements around the globe, as well as our service members have and will deploy to the Middle East, Africa, South America, in support of national interests, as well as to the United States southern border in support of the Homeland Security missions. I am pleased to see the Virgin Islands have gone above and beyond to recognize and support our veterans in the past. This measure to increase the payment from $100 to $200 is not only honorable, but needed for some of these veterans. Currently, the Office of the Adjutant General has 50 personnel receiving payments and can cover the increased cost from May to September 2023 without additional funding. For fiscal year 2024, over 40,000 additional funds will be needed to add to the 80,000 currently budgeted to provide $200 to the identified 50 gray area retirees. We can undoubtedly say that the freedoms and defense support to civil agencies we enjoy every day in the Virgin Islands and the nation comes at a cost. At times, the cost of life, limb, or debilitating injuries suffered by the men and women affects them emotionally and financially. Anything we can do to help our veterans is much appreciated. In closing, I would like to thank this legislative body for the continued support it provides to our service members, veterans, and their families. The Office of Veterans Affairs estimates that there are 8,000 veterans in the territory, but only 3,000 are registered with their office. We have approximately 8,000 veterans in the territory, which is about 0.091% of our 87,146 population for the 2020 census. It seems fiscally manageable to provide a total of $120,000 annually for our 50 gray area retirees who selflessly and honorably serve the people of the Virgin Islands in our times of need. There should be no hesitation to vote favorably for this legislation change. The government of Virgin Islands have and will continue to call on our Army and Air National Guard for all hazard events, supporting all 15 emergency support functions to aid our governmental agencies. VING's capabilities significantly increase our government's ability to respond to hurricanes, pandemics, public safety, environmental air and water monitoring, weapons of mass destruction, counter-drug, and support to Homeland Security requirements to prevent and deter against terrorist activities in our territory. Our service members, veterans, and their families, thank you for your continued support. Thank you for allowing me to testify. Madam Chair, pending any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go right into the discussion around this Bill number 35-0012. We're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Colleagues, we're going to give, I believe this is a no-brainer. So if 2 minutes isn't enough, y'all can let me know, but 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifier, and thank you so much for your testimony. As was said, I vote yes. This is a no-brainer. Both testifiers agree that the bail is necessary as a post. As I mentioned, it's been over 40 years since it has been at $100. So I do not see any reason why we should not basically have our National Guard members have some type of increase in their retirement benefit. So I will be voting in affirmative, and I want to thank those individuals who have served and thank them for the service and thank the sponsors of this most important piece of legislation. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bledin. I just have to add my voice very quickly that how much years it is? 40? So, of course, the cost of money 40 years ago does not look like what it looks like today. Director O'Neill and the Adjutant General made a recommendation for $300, and his recommendation is based on assuming an interest rate of around 2.75%. Let's face it, $300, $200, $100 can't buy what it bought 40 years ago. So I think that we need to consider it, but we need to look at the numbers. But let me ask quickly, the Adjutant General the Major General was specific and indicated that he have 56 individuals that potentially can retire. So did we do the calculations to see what that will potentially cost if those individuals retired now?
Good day, Madam Chair.
Okay.
The number is actually 50 that we have, and
50.
if we looked at the additional $100 was $5,000 a month. So if we went to $300, that'd be $10,000 a month. So $10,000 a month for the next 4 months would be $40,000 a month.
Right, but I'm speaking specifically to, you spoke about other individuals who qualify to retire.
Yes, Madam Chair. So what normally happens with the guards, so we have a fairly old force. So many of the retirees that are now will be coming to retire in the next following years. Others will fall off because they would have reached the 60. So it almost becomes a wash. So we show 50 personnel this year, and the next year will probably be a few will drop off and 1 or 2 will be active.
Okay, good. So because what is that window for the payment? 5 years? 5 years. So I understand. So it's just, it cycles in and out. Okay, so we'll be able to continue to afford it. All right. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to say thank you to all the servicemen and women who have put their life on the line for our country. Thank you for your service. And like how my colleagues usually say, this is a no-brainer. I think it was long overdue. I want to commend the sponsor of this bill for bringing this measure forward. And I was looking at the post-audit report, and they also provide the figures that the equivalent of $100 in 1982, it's approximately $300 today. So, but of course, we have to look at the numbers. The good thing is that this is just for a 5-year window period, so it's a revolving door. People get in and get out. So I will be voting on affirmative on this measure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm in full support of this measure. I want to take this opportunity to commend the bill's sponsor and co-sponsor, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, as the bill sponsor, and co-sponsor Maurice James. I must say that specific note is the fact that time value of money is rather important here, and thus the need for us to increase this amount. I'm not totally opposed to the $300, but it's one step at a time, right? So we'll see what happens in respect to finding the additional funding. But I really want to commend. I believe that the service members are certainly deserving of this. They a lot of times put their life at risk, leave their family members, go overseas in some instances, and really just be called upon where everybody else is running from danger. These individuals actually run into danger, so they should be certainly commended and rewarded.
1 minute.
Again, I want to thank them for their service and thank the bill sponsors for this, and the OMB director for actually agreeing to this. It's not easy to get her to agree, and she also recognized the importance of these service members. So thank you very much, Ms. OMB Director. Thank you as well, the TAG General Knox Limbacher, for the work that you continue to do on behalf of your membership and your soldiers. And certainly you also should be commended for always putting them first in everything that you do, as well as your country. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. I stand in full support of this measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Joseph is not here. Senator James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair. This section of the VI Code has not been amended since 1982. I was not even born as yet. Wow. And my recommendation next time is use the inflation calculator. And as far as the $200, I will support any technical amendment or any motion or anything to increase it to what it needs to be based off of the inflation calculator. We find millions of dollars to do all kind of things for this government, find millions of dollars for Vital, find all kind of thing. So let's do it for our hard-working men and women who serve this country. My brother serve, my wife serve. I have a lot of friends who serve. And if you want to speak about recruiting and retention in the Virgin Islands and attracting a younger workforce, we have to be more creative. Because millennials,
1 minute.
They're not easy. They want to see things in a better situation that was once in place when their mother was there, when their grandfather was there. They want to be up to the time. So there's a drop in the bucket when it comes to the inflation calculator. We find money to dredge ports. We find money to do this. Find money for PG projects. Let's find the money for this. And once again, thank you to the hardworking men and women of the Virgin Islands National Guard. Thank you for your service. And may God continue to bless the U.S. Virgin Islands and ready to vote in affirmative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. And Potter, thank you. All right, so Senator Fonseca. Oh, Senator James is here? Okay, so we're going to go to her in a few. I have to agree with the interest rate and the inflation calculation. We're having a 40-year conversation, or we're having a $100 conversation in a grand scheme of billions. I'm going to ask one of my colleagues, we need to make a voice amendment. Yeah, Senator Francis has said he's going to make the voice amendment. We got to do the right thing. We have to. We're talking about $60,000 more, give or take. And the people fall off the rules, so it balances itself. All right, Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I too support Bill number 35-0012. I've listened attentively to the testimony of our Major General Knox Limbacher and also of our esteemed OMB Director Jennifer O'Neill. I too agree with that calculation with the time value of money, et cetera, et cetera. I think that, our National Guard members, they risk their lives, they dedicate, they serve the community during the times of hurricane. Those guys, gentlemen, ladies, they're out, protecting us. And so to increase that monthly amount at the age between 55 and 60 to $100, $200, $300, I definitely is in support of that also, Madam President. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will cast my support for this measure. I agree, that's small change in the scheme of the billions we deal with here in this legislature, and what better cause than to give this financial assistance to our esteemed members of the Virgin Islands National Guard. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. I will definitely support the 300.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. I will now recognize Senator Maurice James for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very happy to be joining my colleague, Vinga, Virgin Islands National Guard member and veteran. We both are on this particular measure. And I'm happy to hear that almost everyone is talking about increasing it to 300, because I was going to point out to my colleagues and the community at large that because of the men and women who serve in the Virgin Islands National Guard, whether they're full-time or whether they're weekend warriors, the National Guard, the Virgin Islands National Guard, receives more than $50 million every year from the federal government. It flows into this territory, while the territorial government supports OTAG, which oversees the Virgin Islands National Guard, to the tune of $2.7 million. So when you compare the amount of money that's being brought into the territory because of the service of these men and women, of course, as everyone has pointed out, they do more in their everyday lives, whether it's during hurricanes, whether it's COVID, whether it's during support to the police department or any other department. We do a lot more, but I wanted to point out that because of them, the territory gets more than $50 million per year in federal funds. So thank you all for your support. And to my colleague from St. Thomas, I'm happy that you did this, and I'm happy to join you in getting it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. And I've already lended my voice, so we're going to hear from the bill sponsor, and then we'll hear the amendment, and then move this matter forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, it warms my heart to hear this, because I had to tell the story, but to have the support for 300 is amazing, because as I would just like to, in closing, Lieutenant Colonel Canigata and Sergeant First Class Lake, 2 members of the Virgin Islands National Guard when I was there in my tenure, when I was deployed in Iraq, they came to visit, and they paid with the ultimate sacrifice of their lives, where they lost their life while I was in Iraq during that time. So to go from a National Guard member when I joined in '85, what we used to consider as no-goes, NG for no-go, and a derogatory joking manner, but to know that we have stood shoulder to shoulder and served our community, served the people of the territory, and served the people of this great nation, and to give the ultimate sacrifice, I am happy to hear that 300 being put around, and I'll let you guys make that motion and do it, because it warmed my heart so much. Wow, I'm basically speechless. So, but again, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And it just goes to show that when it benefits the people, the majority caucus and the minority caucus can work well together. That's why we're here. Do I hear a voice amendment? Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your voice amendment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer a voice amendment to Bill number 35-0012 to increase the amount of the retirement pension for the National Guard from $100 to $300. I so move.
Voice amendment to bill number 35-0012 has been properly moved by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., seconded by basically everyone, Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden, Senator James Senior, Senator Carrion. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Do I hear a motion? Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your motion.
I move Bill number 35-0012 as amended, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
A motion has been made by Senator Dwayne Embry Graff, seconded by Senator Giovanni James, Senator Marvin Blyden. Roll call on bill number 35-0012 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yes. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
All right.
Thank you.
You have another one?
Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0012, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension as amended, has been approved by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, that last action concludes the business of today's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. And I would like to take this opportunity to say Happy Nurses Week, Teachers Appreciation Week, Public Service Employees Week, especially to our employees here at the Virgin Islands Legislature, Mr. Mario Robles on St. Croix and Ms. Nyla Blyden on St. Thomas. Mother's Day, of course, is this Sunday coming, so happy Mother's Day to all mothers and mother figures in our community. The Committee on Budget, and of course, we're heading to all the graduations, and it's just an exciting time in the month of May. So the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of May 9th. Is it May 9th?
Yes.
Yeah, May 9th is hereby adjourned. Thank you, Jennifer.